Ancient pyramids where no civilization had the technology to build them. Megalithic walls carved with impossible precision. Entire metropolises swallowed by the sea, some before recorded history even began. What if the ocean is hiding humanity's greatest secret? Tonight, we're diving into 27 underwater discoveries that challenge everything mainstream archaeology tells us about our past. From Rome's sunken pleasure city of Baiae to Cuba's impossible megalithic structures 2,000 feet below the surface, to Japan's Cyclopean walls that predate known civilization. These aren't legends. These are real places, mapped, photographed, studied. And yet, science has no explanation for how they got there. Over the next 4 hours, you'll witness underwater pyramids near the Azores that appear on no ancient maps, China's perfectly preserved Lion City, frozen in time 130 feet below, the Baltic Sea anomaly, a 14,000-year-old structure that defies geology, and the sunken obelisks of Cleopatra's palace, revealing secrets Egypt tried to hide. Some of these cities sank with natural disasters. Others were built when sea levels were 400 feet lower. And a few suggest our timeline of human history is completely wrong. No theories, no speculation, just the evidence and the questions no one wants to answer. Before we begin, let me know in the comments below where in the world you are listening from and what time it is. Get comfortable and relax. Now, let's begin our descent.
The submerged ruins of the Red Sea. Could these be the remains of the Exodus route? It's one of the most incredible stories ever told. A story of liberation against impossible odds, where the very laws of nature seem to bend for one pivotal moment. The parting of the Red Sea. For centuries, this story has been a flashpoint between faith and science. For believers, it's a testament to divine power. For many skeptics, it's a foundational myth, a legend with no basis in reality. For decades, the debate was fueled by some tantalizing but very controversial claims. Grainy sonar images and coral-encrusted shapes on the seafloor, said to be the fossilized remains of a doomed Egyptian army. But what if everyone has been looking in the wrong place? While the world has been focused on these hotly debated and frankly often debunked theories, a new generation of archaeologists and scientists, armed with cutting-edge technology, is pointing to an entirely new location for the Exodus route, and what they're uncovering could rewrite a pivotal chapter of ancient history. The biblical account in the book of Exodus is a story etched into the minds of billions. The Israelites, enslaved in Egypt, make their escape under the leadership of Moses, but their freedom is almost cut short. Trapped between the pursuing might of Pharaoh's chariots and a massive, impassable body of water, their journey seems destined to end in tragedy. The text describes them being cornered at a place called Pi-Hahiroth, with the sea in front of them and the wilderness closing in. What happens next is the stuff of legend. Moses stretches his hand over the sea, a powerful east wind blows all night, and the waters are pushed back, turning the seabed into dry land. The Israelites cross between two literal walls of water, one on their right and one on their left. When Pharaoh's army, with its formidable chariots, charges into the same path, the waters return. The entire army is swallowed by the sea, securing the Israelites' escape and cementing the event as a cornerstone of faith. It's a powerful story, but for historians and archaeologists, it presents a huge problem. For over a century, despite extensive searches, there's been a stark lack of direct archaeological evidence for a mass migration through the Sinai or the catastrophic loss of an entire army. Egypt's own former Minister of Antiquities, Dr. Zahi Hawass, has famously called the story a myth, stating that from an archaeological perspective, there's no historical evidence it ever happened. This has created a deep chasm between the biblical narrative and the scientific record, a gap that many have tried to bridge. The most famous and controversial attempt to bridge that gap started back in the late 1970s. An amateur biblical archaeologist and adventurer named Ron Wyatt made a series of truly astonishing claims. He announced that the real crossing point wasn't the main body of the Red Sea, but a specific spot on the Gulf of Aqaba, Nuweiba Beach. Geographically, the site is compelling. Nuweiba is a massive, flat beach, easily large enough to have held a huge number of people. Even more intriguing, Wyatt claimed there was a subtle underwater land bridge stretching from the beach across the Gulf's deep waters. This is where the story took a sensational turn. Wyatt and his team conducted scuba expeditions and came back with photos of what they claimed were sunken Egyptian chariot wheels, axles, and even human and horse bones, all crusted in coral. The images were stunning. One photo in particular showed what looked like a golden, four-spoked chariot wheel, supposedly preserved because coral doesn't grow easily on gold. Supporters claimed that a wheel hub they retrieved was identified by Egyptian officials as belonging to the 18th dynasty, the correct time period for the Exodus. For many, this was it, the proof, the smoking gun that vindicated the biblical story. These images and claims spread like wildfire, appearing in documentaries, books, and countless online videos, where they are still presented as fact today. But for the mainstream archaeological and scientific community, Ron Wyatt's discoveries were far from conclusive. In fact, they were met with immediate and intense skepticism.
The problem with Wyatt's findings wasn't about faith. It was about a lack of scientific rigor. First, none of his discoveries were ever published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal. The artifacts he claimed to have found were never made available for independent examination by trained archaeologists. That's a critical step in authenticating any historical find. And without it, the claims are just that, claims. Marine biologists and geologists offered other explanations for the photos. They pointed out that certain species of coral can naturally grow in circular patterns, often on a stalk, which can look a lot like a wheel and axle. Without bringing an artifact to the surface for proper analysis, it's impossible to tell if it's man-made or just a convincing trick of nature. Critics also highlighted numerous inconsistencies in Wyatt's stories, and his work has been almost universally debunked by professional scholars. Many of the most cited articles online about these chariot discoveries have even been traced back to satirical or fake news websites. The scholarly consensus remains firm. There is no verified, credible archaeological evidence of a drowned Egyptian army at the bottom of the Gulf of Aqaba. And while new speculative claims of chariot-like shapes have been reported by some media channels in 2025, these have not been verified or accepted by mainstream archaeology. The story of the chariot wheels, while compelling, is considered by most experts to be a case of wishful thinking and pseudo-archaeology. So, is the case closed? Is the crossing just a myth? Not necessarily, because the answer might not be in the deep sea at all. The clue may lie in just two ancient Hebrew words. The search for historical truth is a complex puzzle, and every piece of evidence, even the debunked stuff, tells part of the story. If you find this journey through history and science as fascinating as we do, take a moment to subscribe to our channel and click the bell icon. We have a lot more to explore, and you won't want to miss what's coming next. For centuries, Bible translations have called the crossing site the Red Sea. But that's not what the original Hebrew text says. The term is Yam Suf. While Yam means sea, Suf does not mean red. It means reeds or rushes. It's the same word used to describe the reeds along the Nile where the baby Moses was hidden in a basket. This single linguistic detail changes everything. A deep, vast sea like the Gulf of Aqaba isn't a suitable environment for reeds. Reeds thrive in shallow, marshy, freshwater areas. This has led many scholars to shift their search away from the deep sea entirely and toward the marshlands and shallow lakes that once dotted the northern border of ancient Egypt, in the area of the Nile Delta. This brings us to the new location, a theory that doesn't rely on unsubstantiated artifacts, but on linguistics, geology, and physics. The search has moved from the Red Sea to a place that no longer exists in the same form. a body of water often identified as the ancient Lake of Tanis. What if the miracle of the crossing wasn't a suspension of the laws of nature, but an extreme yet entirely possible application of them? This is the core of a groundbreaking theory called wind set-down. The concept was researched in detail by a team of scientists led by Carl Drews at the University of Colorado Boulder. A wind set-down is a real, documented weather phenomenon. It's basically the opposite of a storm surge. When a powerful, sustained wind blows over a shallow body of water for a long time, it can literally push the water away, causing water levels to drop and expose the lakebed. Drews and his team used computer modeling to reconstruct the ancient geography of the eastern Nile Delta, which was once home to a large coastal lagoon, sometimes called the Lake of Tanis or Lake Menzaleh. Their simulations were based on archaeological and geological records of how the area looked over 3,000 years ago. They then simulated what would happen if a strong, steady east wind blew for 12 hours, just as described in the Book of Exodus. The results were astonishing. The model showed that a wind of about 63 miles per hour could have pushed the 6-foot-deep water back, exposing a land bridge 3 to 4 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide. This dry passage would have stayed open for about 4 hours, plenty of time for a large group to cross. The simulations showed the water being pushed back into 2 areas, creating a passage with water on both sides, which closely matches the biblical description. Once the wind stopped, the water would have rushed back violently, easily trapping an army weighed down by heavy chariots in the muddy lakebed. This theory provides a scientifically plausible explanation for the event. It doesn't need chariot wheels at the bottom of a deep sea. It needs a shallow lake, a powerful wind, and perfect timing. It lines up with the original Hebrew Sea of Reeds, and it happens at a location that fits the geographical descriptions in the Exodus story. So, where does that leave us? On one hand, you have the sensational and widely debunked claims of sunken chariots in the deep Gulf of Aqaba, a theory that hangs on in popular culture but holds very little weight in the scientific community. On the other, you have a compelling scientific model centered on a sea of reeds in the Nile Delta, where a natural phenomenon called wind set-down could have parted the waters in a way that perfectly matches the ancient account. To be perfectly clear, there is still no definitive archaeological proof that the Exodus crossing happened at the Lake of Tanis or anywhere else. The wind set-down theory is a plausible mechanism, not a confirmation of the event itself. In fact, the general scholarly consensus is that a mass migration as described in the Bible has not been substantiated by the archaeological record. But the search continues. The story of the Exodus remains a powerful account of freedom and faith. This debate over the crossing highlights the fascinating and often tense intersection of science, archaeology, and belief. Whether it was a miracle of divine intervention or an extraordinary natural event, the parting of the waters continues to challenge us, forcing us to ask what is possible, what is provable, and what lies in the realm of enduring faith. The final answer may still be out there, waiting to be discovered. The Lost City of Lion City. China's Atlantis with 1,300-year-old temples underwater. Some places on this earth hold deep secrets, places where the past isn't just a memory, it's physically present, waiting in the silent darkness. Beneath the calm, glassy surface of Chandao Lake in China lies one of these wonders. It's a place spoken of in whispers, often called China's Atlantis. But this isn't a myth. This is the true story of an ancient metropolis of stone and memory, hidden from the world for decades. A city with a story so unbelievable, it almost feels like fiction. Back in 1959, the Chinese government made a radical decision to flood a historic valley, drowning an ancient city to make way for a new dam. In doing so, they thought they were erasing it from the map.
But what they actually did was create one of the most incredible time capsules in the world. Today, we're going 40 meters beneath the waves into this real-life Atlantis to explore the remarkably preserved streets, archways, and homes of a civilization frozen in time. This is the story of Seychelles, the magnificent Lion City. Before it became a submerged wonder, Seychelles was a thriving heart of Chinese civilization. While the city's story began over 1,000 years ago during the Tang Dynasty, around 621 AD, the stunning city that survives today is a masterpiece from the later Ming and Qing dynasties. For centuries, it was the region's political and cultural hub. Imagine a city bustling with life. Its streets, paved with flagstones and pebbles, were designed for a vibrant community. Seychelles wasn't just functional, it was a showcase of imperial architecture. Divers and historians have documented an incredible 265 archways, each one an intricate work of art. These aren't just simple arches, they're adorned with elaborate stone carvings of lions, dragons, and phoenixes, all symbols of power and fortune. Inscriptions found on the city walls date back to 1777, giving us a direct link to the people who once walked these very streets. One of the city's oddest features was its layout. Most traditional Chinese cities had 4 gates, one for each cardinal direction. Seychelles had 5. It's a design choice that still puzzles historians, hinting at a unique cultural importance that we might never fully understand. The city walls themselves date back to the 16th century, a formidable site built during the city's golden age. This was a place of profound culture and a living monument to centuries of history.
Then, in 1959, the story took a dramatic turn. In an era of massive industrial ambition in China, the government launched the Shinan River Hydroelectric Dam project to power the growing nation. To do this, they needed a massive reservoir, and the valley where Seychelles stood for centuries was chosen as the basin. The decision was swift and final. The plan required flooding the entire valley, and this meant more than just submerging old buildings. It was a massive human displacement. Nearly 300,000 people were forced to relocate. These were families whose ancestors had lived in Seychelles and the nearby towns for generations. They had to leave everything behind: their homes, their businesses, and the graves of their ancestors. An entire culture, bound by centuries of shared history, was uprooted. As the dam was finished, the waters began to rise. Slowly at first, then relentlessly, the river crept up the stone walls, filled the streets, and poured through the ornate archways. The stone lions that had guarded the city for centuries watched silently as their world vanished. Within a year, Seychelles, along with another ancient town called Hecheng, disappeared completely beneath the surface of the new Qiandao Lake, or Thousand Island Lake. For decades, the magnificent Lion City was effectively gone, a forgotten world sacrificed for progress. For over 40 years, Seychelles lay undisturbed in the cold, dark depths, a secret kept by the lake. Then, in 2001, the government sponsored an expedition to see what was left of the lost city. What the divers found was nothing short of miraculous. It wasn't a pile of rubble, it was a nearly intact city. So, how could a city this old survive so well? The very water that drowned it also saved it. Qiandao Lake is a freshwater body, without the corrosive salt of the ocean. Buried 40 meters deep, the city was shielded from the wind, rain, and sun that wear down surface structures. The cold, dark, low-oxygen environment also protected it from marine life that would normally devour wooden structures. The result is a city in a breathtaking state of preservation. Divers were amazed to find that not only had the stone architecture survived, but even some wooden beams and staircases were still intact. The detailed carvings on the archways looked almost as sharp as the day they were submerged. This accidental preservation created an unbelievable time capsule of imperial China. In 2011, Chinese National Geography published the first stunning photos and illustrations of the underwater city, and suddenly, the whole world learned about the haunting beauty of China's Atlantis. Today, exploring Lion City is the dive of a lifetime, but it's an adventure only for a select few. The site has been declared a protected historical relic, and access is strictly limited to experienced divers with specialized training. Descending into Chandao Lake is like entering another world. Near the surface, visibility might be a decent 20 feet, but as you go deeper, the light fades. By the time you reach the city at 130 feet down, you're in near total darkness, with only the beams of powerful dive lights to guide you. The water is cold, often dropping into the 40s Fahrenheit. It's essentially a night dive, no matter the time of day. But the reward is unreal. Imagine floating through the silent streets of a forgotten metropolis. Your light catches a massive city gate, its stone guardians emerging from the gloom. You glide under an archway, its surface covered in the perfectly defined scales and claws of a dragon carved centuries ago. Majestic buildings appear out of the darkness, their scale and preservation almost impossible to believe. The city itself is huge, estimated to cover an area the size of 62 football fields. And while significant mapping has been done, its labyrinthine streets hold secrets yet to be uncovered, making every dive an act of discovery. The story of Xicheng is a great paradox. It's a story of both destruction and preservation, of loss and rediscovery. The very act that doomed the city to a watery grave also saved it, protecting it from the modern world and keeping it safe for us to witness. This underwater kingdom is more than just an archaeological marvel. It's a memorial to the 300,000 people who lost their homes, their history submerged but not forgotten. It's a powerful reminder that even when a civilization disappears from sight, its legacy can survive in the most unexpected ways. Deep beneath Chandao Lake, the stone lions continue their silent watch over a city frozen in 1959, holding centuries of stories in the dark, still water. So much of Lion City has still never been seen by human eyes since it was flooded. Its deepest secrets are still waiting. The Bermuda Triangle's sunken structures. Are there ancient ruins under the Devil's Sea? There's one legend that just won't die: Atlantis. It's the ultimate ghost story, a tale of a brilliant civilization with otherworldly technology, wiped off the map in a single day, swallowed by the sea. For centuries, explorers have hunted for it everywhere, from the Mediterranean to the Caribbean. But the question has always been, what if we're all looking in the wrong place? What if the answer has been waiting for us, in a corner of the world already famous for making things disappear? For decades, many have chased the idea that the key to Atlantis was in the Bermuda Triangle. A famous clue, the Bimini Road, sparked a frenzy of excitement. But what if that road wasn't the destination, but just a single breadcrumb on a much longer trail? Now, forget the Bermuda Triangle for a second. We need to talk about its mysterious and even more notorious twin on the other side of the planet, a place Japanese sailors call Mano Uni, the Devil's Sea. The stories surrounding these two spots are so similar, it's hard to ignore. The story of Atlantis starts with Plato, the Greek philosopher, way back around 360 BC. He told a story of a massive island, a powerhouse kingdom located just beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Its people were brilliant architects and engineers who built a stunning city of concentric circles of land and water. But, as the story goes, they grew arrogant and the gods weren't pleased. In one day and night of misfortune, earthquakes and floods sank the entire island, and it vanished. While that legend was being passed down, another was being written in the logbooks of sailors. Two specific spots on the globe, thousands of miles apart, were earning scary reputations. The first is the Bermuda Triangle, a stretch of the Atlantic between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. The second is its eerie reflection in the Pacific, the Devil's Sea, also known as the Dragon's Triangle, just south of Tokyo. Both are infamous for tales of ships and planes vanishing without a trace, of compasses spinning uselessly, and of seas that flip from calm to monstrous in a heartbeat. For years, the mystery of Atlantis and the mystery of the triangles were two separate puzzles. But what if they were always connected? The modern hunt kicks off not in the Devil's Sea, but in the Bermuda Triangle. In 1968, divers off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas found something that looked impossible: a road under the ocean. Made of huge, rectangular limestone blocks laid out in a straight line, it didn't look like the work of nature. For a moment, it felt like the myth was becoming real. It didn't hurt that a famous American psychic, Edgar Cayce, had predicted years earlier that proof of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 68 or 69. It was easy to imagine this being the foundation of some great ancient harbor. But science had other ideas. Geologists swarmed the site, and their conclusion was pretty much unanimous. The Bimini Road is a natural formation. It's a classic example of beach rock, where sediments cement together and fracture in surprisingly geometric patterns. The straight lines and right angles? A geological coincidence. While a few still argue it's man-made, the overwhelming scientific consensus is that it's a fascinating but natural wonder. For mainstream science, the road was a dead end. But for those trying to connect the dots, it was just the first clue.
This is where the story goes from the sunlit shallows to the crushing dark depths of the ocean, and from geology to fringe theory. While the Bimini Road was being debated, far stranger rumors began to surface. These weren't from scientists, but from anecdotal accounts and sensational stories. Whispers of massive pyramid-shaped structures, some supposedly made of glass or crystal, sitting on the seabed nearly 2,000 feet down. There were claims of sprawling city grids showing up on sonar, fueling the idea that Bimini wasn't a standalone ruin, but maybe an outpost to a much bigger, deeper metropolis. These claims are wild, and they feed right back into the psychic lore. Edgar Cayce had also spoken of a great crystal that powered Atlantis, an energy source so powerful and unstable it supposedly caused the island's destruction. Believers in the pyramid theory argue that this crystal energy is what's still causing the strange electromagnetic problems reported in the triangle. But let's be clear, this is where the line between fact and fiction gets completely erased. Despite decades of exhaustive seafloor mapping by official bodies like the US Navy and NOAA, there is zero credible, peer-reviewed evidence for any of these underwater pyramids. The so-called discoveries remain entirely in the realm of sensational books and websites, unverified by science. The sonar pings are what experts would call noise, equipment glitches, or just wishful thinking. So, are there phantom cities in the deep, or are they just echoes of a myth we desperately want to be true?
The lore of these paranormal hotspots is powerful. Writers like Charles Berlitz did a lot to popularize the idea that the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea were the real location of Atlantis. He suggested that an ancient Atlantean power grid was still active, causing the bizarre disappearances. This was all wrapped up in a pseudoscientific theory of vile vortices, 12 supposed paranormal hotspots on Earth, which include both the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil's Sea. It's a great story. But for every one of these paranormal claims, science has a more down-to-earth, and sometimes even more dramatic, explanation. For starters, the mysterious disappearances aren't that mysterious when you consider the traffic. The Bermuda Triangle is one of the most heavily traveled shipping lanes in the world, and it's plagued by violent, unpredictable weather, like hurricanes and rogue waves. Then there's the compass issue. It's often said a compass here points to true north instead of magnetic north, but that's a misunderstanding. The region is near the agonic line, a shifting area where magnetic and true north happen to align. For any mariner not accounting for that variation, it could lead to critical navigational mistakes. But the most stunning theory involves methane hydrates. Huge deposits of this frozen gas are on the seafloor. Scientists have shown in labs that if a massive amount were to suddenly erupt, it could create a frothy plume of gas-filled water so low in density that a ship would instantly lose buoyancy and sink like a rock, leaving no trace. These same explanations apply to the Devil's Sea, which sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire, a hotbed of seismic activity. A perfect example is the Japanese research vessel, the Kaio Maru No. 5. In 1952, it vanished with its 31 crew members. The mystery fueled paranormal theories for years, but the cause was eventually found. The ship had sailed directly over an underwater volcano as it erupted. So, after all this, Have we finally found Atlantis in the Devil's Sea? The straight answer is no. There is no credible scientific evidence of a sunken city in either the Devil's Sea or the Bermuda Triangle. The Bimini Road is almost certainly a natural wonder, and the tales of glass pyramids are unverified legends. The very real dangers of both regions can be explained by a perfect storm of wild weather, extreme geology, and plain old human error. And yet, the legend of Atlantis is more powerful than ever. It survives because the scientific facts, while logical, can't completely kill the romance of a great mystery. Logic doesn't quite cover the feeling of unease these places inspire, or erase every strange report. The story of Atlantis gives us a single epic answer to 100 smaller, nagging questions. What we do know is that our oceans still hold incredible secrets. Whether the true source of these legends is a lost chapter of human history or just the raw, untamed power of our planet, the search will continue. The Devil's Sea and the Bermuda Triangle are still powerful symbols of the great unknown, reminding us that plenty of our world remains a total mystery. What other secrets are they still hiding in the deep? The underwater megaliths of Malta. Were ancient temples built before the flood? Scattered across the tiny Mediterranean island of Malta are ancient stone giants, massive, sprawling temple complexes that are older than Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza. For decades, the official story has seemed as solid as the temples themselves. They were built by a clever, isolated community of farmers around 5,600 years ago, a masterpiece of the Stone Age. But what if that story is missing a key chapter? What if history has it wrong? And what if the biggest secrets of Malta's master builders aren't on the island's windswept hills, but hidden beneath the waves? Just off the coast, submerged and forgotten, lies a strange formation. Some claim it's another temple, one that could rewrite everything we think we know about our past. It's a discovery that hints at a much older, more mysterious origin for Malta's stone architects, a story that connects these temples to a lost world and a global cataclysm that drowned a civilization. Before we get into the underwater mystery, you have to understand just how incredible the temples on land are. They're UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and for good reason. Structures like Gigantia, Hagar Kim, and Menidra are true architectural marvels. The name Gigantia actually means Giant's Tower, because for centuries, local people figured only a race of giants could have moved the colossal limestone blocks, some weighing up to 20 tons. The official timeline places their construction between 3,600 and 2500 BC. For a long time, they were considered the oldest freestanding stone buildings on the planet, until the discovery of even older sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey changed our understanding of the ancient world. Still, think about it. These weren't simple huts. They were complex, multi-room structures with paved floors and doorways carved from enormous slabs of rock, all engineered without the wheel or metal tools. Inside, archaeologists found intricate spiral carvings, altars for animal sacrifice, and the now famous Fat Lady figurines, statues that many believe represent fertility or a mother goddess, though their true meaning is still debated. The accepted story, backed by decades of research and radiocarbon dating, is that these were built by a flourishing Stone Age culture. They were humanity's first great architects, a brilliant spiritual people. But according to mainstream history, their world was limited to this small island. They were a magnificent but ultimately local phenomenon. That's the story you'll find in the textbooks. But it's a story being challenged by a claim made just a couple of kilometers off the coast. And this is where the official history gets murky. In 1999, an alternative historian named Hubert Zeidelmeier, following a tip from local divers, began investigating a submerged location off the coast. What he claimed to have found there has since sparked a fierce debate on the fringes of archaeology. He called the site Jebel Jol Bahar, Maltese for stones on the sea floor. Lying on an underwater plateau about 19 meters down, Zeidelmeyer described what he was convinced were the ruins of another megalithic temple. He reported seeing large stones arranged in what looked like circles, with defined rooms and an avenue leading to an entrance, a layout eerily similar to the temples on land. He even noted tracks on the seabed that reminded him of the famous cart ruts found elsewhere on Malta. If this site were proven to be a man-made temple, it would throw the entire timeline into chaos. Why? Because the last time that piece of land was above water was before the end of the last ice age, over 10,000 years ago. The implication is staggering. The tradition of building giant stone temples in Malta wouldn't be 5,600 years old, but more than twice that, pushing its origins deep into the Ice Age. It would mean a sophisticated culture existed here before the great floods that reshaped the ancient world. Hubert Zeidelmeyer was certain he had found the Mother Temple, the origin point of Malta's entire megalithic culture, built by a lost civilization and drowned by the rising seas. He tied his find to the great flood myths found all over the world, from the Epic of Gilgamesh to the story of Noah. But the professional archaeological community was, and still is, deeply skeptical. To this day, Maltese authorities and mainstream archaeologists have never officially confirmed that Jebel Jol Bahar is a prehistoric temple. No formal, peer-reviewed studies have ever been published. In fact, many divers who have visited the site have shot down the claims, suggesting the boulders are nothing more than modern construction debris that was illegally dumped. So, is it a lost temple or just a pile of trash? Right now, the site exists in a kind of archaeological limbo, a tantalizing possibility for some, an unproven claim for others. This us versus them narrative is common in the world of ancient mysteries. You have independent researchers arguing for a total rewrite of history, and you have mainstream science demanding hard, verifiable proof. The core of the problem is a lack of official investigation. Until the site is properly surveyed by accredited marine archaeologists, it will remain a potent question mark floating just off Malta's coast. The idea of a sunken temple off Malta doesn't exist in a bubble. It plugs right into a much bigger, more controversial theory about a lost, advanced civilization of the Ice Age, a theory most famously pushed by author Graham Hancock. In his work, Hancock argues that clues scattered across the globe all point to a single forgotten chapter in human history. The theory focuses on a period of wild climate change called the Younger Dryas, which started around 12,800 years ago. Proponents suggest a cataclysm, maybe a comet impact, triggered a rapid meltdown of the ice sheets, causing sea levels to rise dramatically. Coastlines all over the world were swallowed by the ocean, and any advanced maritime cultures that lived along them would have been erased, their cities and monuments lost beneath the waves. When you look at Malta through this lens, the official story starts to feel shaky. During the last ice age, sea levels were more than 100 meters lower. Malta wasn't an island at all. It was the highest point of a land bridge that connected it to Sicily and mainland Europe. As the ice melted and the water rose, that land bridge was slowly flooded, forcing people to higher and higher ground, until only the islands we know today were left. Could the builders of the supposed underwater temple have been the survivors of this catastrophe? And could the famous temples on land be their descendants' attempt to rebuild their lost world? This controversial idea makes you look at the temples on land differently. What if they aren't the beginning of a story, but the end of one? Some researchers argue the temples themselves hold clues to a much deeper past, especially when it comes to astronomy. The Manidra Temple, for instance, is famous for its precise alignments to the solstices and equinoxes, proving its builders had a deep understanding of the sun. But alternative theories go even further, proposing alignments to stars that would have only been in the right position thousands of years earlier. These ideas, while not accepted by mainstream science, suggest a legacy of knowledge passed down from a much earlier time. What is certain is that the temple builders' astronomical knowledge was incredibly advanced. They created calendars in stone and oriented their sacred spaces to the heavens. Mainstream research agrees that this knowledge was vital for a Neolithic people who depended on both farming and seafaring. The question is, did they invent all of it themselves in just a few centuries, or was it a legacy of wisdom inherited from an even older maritime culture? So we're left with two very different stories. The first is the mainstream account, a brilliant Neolithic people who on their own developed the world's first great stone architecture between 3600 and 2500 BC. Their astronomical knowledge was impressive, but developed locally to serve their needs. The second is the alternative theory. A much older, Ice Age civilization thrived on the landmass that is now Malta. When the Great Flood came, the survivors retreated to the high ground, and over thousands of years, they continued their traditions, which resulted in the temples we see today, monuments that are merely echoes of a forgotten golden age. This theory challenges the very foundation of our historical timeline. The resistance from mainstream archaeology is understandable. Science runs on evidence, and the evidence for the Neolithic timeline is solid, based on decades of fieldwork and dating. The alternative theory, while fascinating, is built on reinterpreting myths, circumstantial evidence, and unverified underwater sites. But the questions won't go away. Why the apparent lack of official interest in investigating Gabel Gol Bahar? While there is no accepted evidence of human settlement in Malta during the Ice Age, shouldn't every possibility be explored? Malta remains an enigma, its secrets locked in stone and shrouded by water. The temples on its hills are, without a doubt, some of the most important ancient sites on Earth, a testament to a people with extraordinary skill. But the claims of what lies just offshore, in the silent depths, suggest the story we know may only be one chapter in a much longer book. Until the day Jebel Jal Bahar is properly explored, the question will remain. Were Malta's ancient temples built by the first farmers? Or are they the last relics of a world that disappeared beneath the waves at the dawn of our age? The answer is still out there. The underwater Cyclopean walls of Japan. Who built these massive stones? Deep in the waters off the southern coast of Japan lies a mystery that challenges our understanding of the ancient world. It's a place of colossal stone structures, giant terraced platforms, and seemingly perfect right angles, all submerged beneath the ocean waves. For decades, this site has been at the center of a fierce debate, pitting mainstream science against theories of a long-lost advanced civilization. Is this simply a bizarre trick of nature, or are we looking at the ruins of a city that vanished into the sea thousands of years ago? This is the story of the Yonaguni Monument, a riddle written in stone waiting to be solved in the depths of the Pacific. Deep beneath the waves off the coast of Japan lies something that just shouldn't exist. A massive stone monolith featuring shapes and angles that look shockingly precise. Geologists argue that this is a stunning but entirely natural spectacle of rock and erosion. But others are utterly convinced that these are the remnants of a lost ancient city, a culture that vanished into the sea thousands of years before the Great Pyramids of Egypt were even a thought. So what is this underwater structure? And what is the truth hidden in the deep? The story of the Yonaguni Monument begins not with an archaeologist, but with a diver. In 1986, a man named Kihachiro Aratake, a local tourism operator, was scouting the waters off Yonaguni Island, looking for new spots to see hammerhead sharks. During one of these dives, he stumbled upon something that defied all explanation. He saw a vast, monolithic structure stretching out across the seabed. It was a colossal formation of stone, marked by immense, flat terraces, towering steps, and sharp, clean angles that seemed completely out of place in the natural world. The main structure he found was staggering. It measured roughly 100 meters long by 60 meters wide, and rose about 25 meters from the seafloor. It looked, for all the world, like a submerged pyramid. Word of Aratake's discovery spread like wildfire, capturing the imagination of divers, researchers, and mystery lovers across the globe. They all asked the same question: what was this thing? no one could be sure. The site, quickly dubbed the Yonaguni Monument, became an instant enigma. It was a playground for sharks and sea turtles, but its features whispered of a human story, of a time when this corner of the ocean might have been dry land. The discovery launched an investigation that continues to this day, an investigation into a mystery that could potentially rewrite a chapter of human history. As more researchers descended to explore the monument, one man became the leading voice for the theory of artificial creation, Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from Japan's University of the Ryukyus. After conducting over 100 dives at the site for more than 15 years, Kimura became convinced that the monument was not a natural formation. He argued that the sheer concentration of these unusual features in such a small area was just too improbable to be a coincidence. To him, this wasn't just a rock. It was a complex of man-made, or at least man-altered, structures. Kimura and his supporters point to what they see as undeniable evidence of human design. The main monument's most striking feature is its series of tiered platforms, which look like gigantic staircases or the sides of a step pyramid. The angles are often uncannily straight, with some appearing to be near-perfect 90-degree right angles. Proponents of this theory argue that natural erosion simply doesn't produce such geometric precision on this scale. Beyond the main monolith, Kimura identified other features he believes are artificial. He described what look like roads, a castle, monuments, and even a stadium, all connected by a system of what he interprets as channels or roadways. He also claims to have found smaller, more detailed evidence of human modification. This includes what appear to be post holes carved into the rock, suggesting wooden pillars were once inserted there. There are also features that have been interpreted as carvings. One particular formation, which Kimura dubbed the underwater sphinx, he claims resembles an ancient Okinawan king. The most compelling part of this theory is the timeline. If the Yonaguni Monument is man-made, it would have to be incredibly old. Proponents suggest it was built during the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago, when sea levels were much lower, and this area would have been above water. If true, this would make the monument more than twice as old as the Great Pyramid of Giza and Stonehenge, forcing us to radically reconsider the capabilities of prehistoric people. It would imply the existence of a sophisticated, unknown civilization in this part of the world, a culture with the technology to shape massive stone structures long before any known civilization in the region. Some, like author Graham Hancock, see this as evidence of a lost global civilization wiped out by a cataclysm at the end of the last ice age. Kimura himself has even suggested it could be a remnant of the legendary lost continent of Mu. The evidence for a man-made structure is tantalizing. It suggests a history far older and more mysterious than we ever imagined, a story of a lost world swallowed by the sea. Before we explore the other side of this incredible debate, if you're finding this mystery as fascinating as we do, take a moment to subscribe and hit that like button. It helps us bring more of these ancient enigmas to you. Just as there are passionate advocates for a man-made origin, there is an equally strong and more scientifically supported argument that the Yonaguni Monument is a spectacular but entirely natural creation. The leading voice for this perspective is Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University who has dived the site extensively. After his own inspections, Schoch concluded that the monument is primarily a natural structure. The core of the geological argument lies in the rock itself. The monument is a single, solid mass of bedrock, not a collection of quarried and assembled blocks. It's composed of sandstone from a formation known as the Lower Miocene Yaeyama group, which dates back about 20 million years. This type of sandstone, Schoch explains, is defined by numerous parallel bedding planes, the natural layers of the rock. When this rock is stressed, it tends to break cleanly along these planes. On top of that, the region is a hotbed of seismic activity, located right near a tectonic fault line on the Pacific Ring of Fire. Geologists argue that millions of years of earthquakes have created sets of vertical fractures, or joints, throughout the sandstone. When these vertical joints intersect with the horizontal bedding planes, the rock naturally shears off into sharp, geometric, block-like shapes. The result? Features that look uncannily like steps, terraces, and flat walls. Schock and other geologists point out that similar formations can be found on the dry land of Yonaguni Island itself. Skeptics of the man-made theory also challenge the so-called evidence of carving. The supposed post holes, they argue, are more likely potholes, formed by swirling water and pebbles grinding into the rock. The alleged carvings of faces or animals are dismissed as a classic case of pareidolia, our brain's tendency to see familiar patterns in random shapes. The roads are likely just natural channels in the rock, and the walls could simply be horizontal platforms that fell into a vertical position when the rock beneath them eroded away. A major strike against the artificial origin theory is the complete lack of supporting archaeological evidence. Decades of exploration have failed to produce a single undisputed tool, pot, or artifact you would expect to find at a massive construction site. Proponents argue that powerful currents could have swept the site clean, but geologists counter that those same currents are more than capable of eroding the sandstone into the dramatic shapes we see today. The mainstream scientific consensus remains that while the Yonaguni Monument is a geological marvel, it was shaped by the predictable forces of nature, not by human hands. So, where does that leave us? On one side, we have an incredible story of an impossible ancient city, a Japanese Atlantis built by a lost civilization and swallowed by the rising seas of the Ice Age. This theory is fueled by the monument's breathtaking scale, its geometric appearance, and the tantalizing idea that our history books are missing a vital chapter. It's a narrative championed by researchers like Masaki Kimura, who, after hundreds of dives, remains convinced he's looking at the work of human hands, or at least a natural feature that was heavily modified by ancient people. On the other side stands the geological explanation, championed by scientists like Robert Schock. This theory argues that the monument is a product of natural forces, the unique properties of sandstone combined with the relentless power of tectonic activity and ocean currents. This view is supported by the lack of definitive artifacts and the presence of similar geological formations nearby. It suggests that what we see isn't a lost city, but a stunning illusion crafted by the planet itself. Decades after its discovery, the debate over the Yonaguni Monument shows no signs of ending. It remains one of the world's most profound underwater mysteries. Is it a man-made structure that predates the pyramids, challenging everything we know about the ancient past? Or is it one of nature's most magnificent and deceptive creations? For now, the truth remains hidden in the deep, a silent stone enigma. The underwater megalithic complex in the Straits of Gibraltar. Was this Atlantis? For thousands of years, the story of Atlantis has been dismissed as a myth. It's a fantastic tale of a lost city, an advanced civilization that vanished into the sea in a single, terrible day and night. But what if the man who first told us this story, the Greek philosopher Plato, left us a map? He gave one very specific, very tantalizing clue, that Atlantis was located in front of the mouth which you Greeks call the Pillars of Heracles. Today, we know these pillars as the Strait of Gibraltar, the narrow gateway between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. For centuries, people have looked everywhere for Atlantis. But what if the answer was hiding in plain sight? Just miles from these ancient pillars, in the waters and marshlands of southern Spain, a private research group has made a sensational claim. They've found something incredible. They describe mysterious, massive structures deep beneath the waves and the mud. These aren't random, they say. Some even claim they align with the stars. The question is no longer if something is down there. But what is it? To understand just how big these claims are, we have to go back to the source, Plato. Around 360 BC, he described a mighty naval power that existed 9,000 years before his time. This was the empire of Atlantis. He painted a picture of an island of almost unimaginable wealth. At its heart was a stunning capital city, built in concentric rings of land and water, a marvel of engineering. At its center stood a grand temple to the sea god Poseidon, gleaming with gold, silver, and a mysterious fiery metal called orichalcum. Plato described a civilization that had mastered engineering and seafaring on a scale that was completely unrivaled. But this paradise wasn't meant to last. According to the legend, the people of Atlantis grew arrogant. Their pride led them to wage war against Athens, and in doing so, they angered the gods. The punishment was swift and total. Plato wrote of violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night, the island of Atlantis disappeared into the sea. It's a cautionary tale about a civilization that reached for the heavens only to be cast into the abyss. And for most of history, that's all it was, a story.
Now let's fast forward 2 millennia. The hunt for Atlantis has inspired theories that place it everywhere from the Caribbean to Antarctica. But the most persistent ideas have always circled back to Plato's main clue, the Pillars of Hercules. In recent years, a private UK-based company called Merlin Burrows made a stunning announcement. They claim they've found Atlantis, right where Plato said it would be, in and around Spain's Doñana National Park, an area that was once a vast inland sea. Using satellite imagery and underwater surveys, these teams have identified what they describe as the clear remnants of ancient cities buried under mud and sand. They report finding huge submerged circular and rectangular features, claiming to have found what looks like enormous ancient harbor walls and a series of island-like structures, a layout eerily similar to Plato's description. Their narrative is that a huge coastal civilization was wiped out by a massive tsunami, the kind known to happen in this region, burying everything under a thick layer of sediment. So what have they actually found? Proponents of this theory point to sonar scans that appear to show massive man-made walls and foundations. A filmmaker documenting the work described how a major storm seemingly scoured away layers of sand, revealing what he identified as walls nearly 8 meters tall. But the most provocative claims, which remain entirely unverified by mainstream science, come from samples allegedly taken from the site. According to a materials analysis commissioned by the company, these samples show a type of ancient cement unlike anything known from Greek or Roman times, supposedly dating back 10,000 to 12,000 years. The research group argues this is evidence of the lost advanced civilization Plato wrote about. Adding to the mystery is a strange greenish-blue coating found on some of the alleged ruins. Proponents have speculatively linked this to orichalcum, the mythical metal Plato described. Of course, this is a dramatic leap. These are explosive ideas, but they all hinge on one very big if, whether any of it can be independently verified. The claims don't stop there. Some of the private researchers involved have proposed that the layout of this alleged complex isn't accidental, but part of a grand celestial design. The theory suggests the main structures are deliberately aligned with constellations or events like the solstices. This idea of a celestial blueprint isn't unique. We see it in theories about the pyramids of Giza aligning with Orion's belt and Stonehenge's solar calendar. Finding such alignments here would imply a sophisticated knowledge of astronomy and engineering, hallmarks of Plato's advanced civilization. This adds another layer of profound mystery, suggesting the builders saw their world as a reflection of the cosmos. It's a powerful and compelling idea, but just like the other claims, it remains entirely speculative and has not been backed up by any credible, peer-reviewed evidence. With such extraordinary claims, it's vital to ask, what does mainstream science say? This is where the story of a discovered Atlantis
runs into a wall of solid skepticism. Mainstream archaeologists and geologists remain deeply unconvinced, and for good reason. First, geologists argue that many of the features identified as ruins are likely natural formations. The Gulf of Cadiz is an incredibly active and complex geological zone, sitting at the boundary of the African and Eurasian tectonic plates. It is known for features like mud volcanoes and shifting sediments that can naturally create linear and circular patterns that look artificial. Second, and perhaps most damning, is the age of the seafloor itself. Geological data suggests that much of this area has been continuously underwater for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. For a civilization to have built a city here 12,000 years ago, the land would have had to be above sea level, which the evidence just doesn't support. Finally, and crucially, the research from groups like Merlin Burroughs has not been published in peer-reviewed scientific journals, the standard process for vetting major discoveries. In fact, some of their alleged discoveries have been publicly debunked. Circular features they identified as ancient structures were found to be the remains of modern agricultural experiments from 2004. The overwhelming consensus among archaeologists is that Plato's Atlantis was a philosophical allegory, a fictional story he created to make a point about the dangers of national pride. So, where does that leave us? We have two powerful competing narratives. On one hand, a group of private researchers believes they've found physical evidence of Atlantis, presenting sonar scans and unverified material samples. Their narrative is one of a forgotten chapter of human history, swallowed by the sea. On the other hand, we have the consensus of mainstream geology and archaeology, which provides logical, natural explanations for these same findings. They see not a lost city, but a fascinating and dynamic geological landscape, and argue that seeing Atlantis here is simply imposing a myth onto nature. Could a real catastrophe have inspired the legend? It's possible. Some researchers have proposed that the story could be a distant cultural memory of actual land lost to rising seas at the end of the last ice age. The submerged island of Spartel Bank, also in the Strait of Gibraltar, is one candidate for this kind of inspiration. A real island that sank beneath the waves around 12,000 years ago. Perhaps Atlantis isn't one place, but a story woven from the memory of many coastal settlements lost to the sea. Ultimately, definitive proof of Atlantis in the Straits of Gibraltar remains tantalizingly out of reach, buried under deep water, and even deeper layers of skepticism in time. The story holds a mirror to our own desires, the wish for a grander past, and the hope that we haven't lost some vital piece of wisdom along the way. Whether it's the ruins of an advanced civilization or a stunning geological marvel, what lies beneath the waves at the Pillars of Hercules continues to challenge our understanding of the ancient world. What do you think? Are these the ruins of Atlantis? A memory of a real catastrophe? Or a fantastic tale brought to life by natural geology? The sunken monuments of the Seychelles. Could this be a remnant of a drowned continent? We all love stories about cities swallowed by the sea, ancient civilizations lost to time, and mysteries that could rewrite history. Tales of Atlantis, of Lemuria, of entire continents vanishing beneath the waves, taking all their secrets with them. But what if the clues to one of these lost worlds weren't buried in crumbling ancient texts? What if they were hiding in plain sight, in a place most of us only know as a sun-drenched paradise? The Seychelles, an archipelago of 115 islands scattered across the Indian Ocean, a name that brings to mind perfect beaches and turquoise water. But what if I told you that beneath those idyllic waves lies a secret? Strange stone formations, arranged with a symmetry that seems to whisper of design. Formations that have led some to believe they aren't the work of geology, but of hands from a long-lost civilization. We're exploring one of the ocean's most captivating enigmas. Are these peculiar structures just a trick of nature, or could they be the last remnants of a continent swallowed by the sea? To understand the mystery of the Seychelles, we have to go way back, not just a few thousand years, but hundreds of millions. Before humans, our planet's land was welded together into one supercontinent, Gondwana. Around 167 million years ago, this colossal landmass started to crack apart. Africa and South America drifted away from each other. Antarctica and Australia went their own way, and a huge piece carrying modern-day India and Madagascar began its own slow-motion journey. Caught in this epic continental breakup was a small sliver of land, a microcontinent of ancient granite. This was the Seychelles. For millions of years, it was wedged between India and Madagascar as tectonic forces tore the world apart. Then, about 66 million years ago, a final violent split happened. A massive volcanic event, tied to the famous Deccan traps in India, severed the last connection. This left the Seychelles isolated in the middle of the brand new Indian Ocean. This is what makes the Seychelles so special. Unlike most islands, which are either volcanic or made of coral, the main islands here are granite. They are towering peaks of a submerged continental fragment, a true geological outlier. This fact isn't up for debate. Scientists agree that the Seychelles is, quite literally, a remnant of a lost landmass. But the question that hangs over this paradise is, was it ever more than just a piece of rock?
For years, divers exploring the waters around the main island of Baiae have shared tales of something strange. Down past the vibrant coral, they've described encountering huge stone structures that just don't feel entirely natural. Rumors speak of walls, platforms, and even what look like steps, all on a massive scale. One of the most talked about sites isn't even underwater. It's right on the coast. It's called Ros l'Escalier, which means rock steps. And when you see it, the name makes perfect sense. It's a series of flattened surfaces that look for all the world like a grand ancient staircase, climbing from the sea into the thick jungle. The symmetry is shocking. The steps are so regular that for generations, people have wondered if they could be man-made. Some have even spun tales of them being carved by ancient Phoenician explorers over 3,000 years ago as a landmark. Another puzzling formation is known as Mire Demon, or the Devil's Wall. It's a baffling jumble of interlocking granite boulders that appear to form a crude yet deliberate wall. The pieces fit together like a giant, chaotic jigsaw puzzle, creating a barrier that has sparked local legends for ages. When you put these coastal oddities together with the divers' tales of similar submerged shapes, it's easy to see how a compelling theory was born, that these are not natural formations at all, but the sunken monuments of a civilization that once called this microcontinent home.
So what's the real story here? Are we looking at the ruins of a lost world? Or is there another explanation? This is where things get interesting, as the path splits between science and an enduring mystery. First, the scientific take. Geologists have looked at these formations, and they make a powerful evidence-based case for a natural origin. They argue that Ros l'Escalier, the incredible rock steps, is a textbook example of a geological feature called a dike. This is when molten magma from deep in the earth pushes up into cracks in the existing granite. This new rock is often harder than the granite around it. Over millions of years, the softer rock wore away, leaving the tougher, more resistant dike exposed, creating the step-like look we see today. Scientists believe the same forces are behind the rumored underwater structures. The breakup of Gondwana was incredibly violent. The granite bedrock was fractured, twisted, and shattered. Magma intrusions created dikes and sills, and ages of erosion from wind and water sculpted them. They also point out that granite has a natural tendency to fracture at right angles, a process called orthogonal fracturing, which can create blocky, wall-like shapes that look artificial without any intelligent help. The Devil's Wall could just be a perfect example of this. And critically, there has never been a single credible archaeological find in the Seychelles. No tools, no pottery, no carvings, to back up the idea of an ancient civilization. And yet, the questions linger. For every scientific explanation, there's a nagging what if. Can natural fracturing and erosion really explain the startling symmetry of some of these formations? Believers in the ancient civilization theory argue that while geology is part of the story, it might not be the whole story. They ask, is it just a coincidence that these natural formations look so much like the architecture of known ancient cultures. What's really interesting is that the Seychelles isn't alone in this kind of mystery. It shares some strange similarities with another famous underwater enigma on the other side of the planet, the Yonaguni Monument. Off the coast of Japan sits a massive submerged rock formation with huge terraced platforms and sharp right angles. Many, including a few marine geologists, believe it has to be man-made. Just like in the Seychelles, mainstream science suggests Yonaguni is a natural, though very unusual, geological formation shaped by tectonics and strong ocean currents. But, also like in the Seychelles, the sheer symmetry and its resemblance to a stepped pyramid lead many to believe it's a lost ruin from a forgotten chapter of human history. When you put these two mysteries side by side, it sparks a huge question. Are these just isolated geological flukes? Or could they be part of a global pattern, faint hints of a widespread, ancient maritime people whose monuments were lost to the sea when the last ice age ended and sea levels rose? Maybe the legends of sunken lands aren't just myths, but fractured memories of a world that was very, very real. So, what really lies beneath the waves of the Seychelles? Is it a stunning testament to the raw power of geology? A showcase of how plate tectonics, volcanoes, and erosion can work together to create a beautiful illusion of design? The scientific evidence certainly leans that way. It offers a logical, complete explanation for the granite steps and submerged walls, grounding the mystery in the known story of our planet. Or is it something more? Are these formations the last silent ruins of a civilization that rose and fell on a continent now mostly underwater? Are we looking at ancient monuments left by a people totally erased from our history books? In the end, there is no archaeological proof, no smoking gun to confirm a lost civilization ever lived here. But the formations remain, beautiful and baffling. They challenge our assumptions and fire up our imagination. They represent the ultimate clash between what science tells us is likely and what our spirit of curiosity wants to believe is possible. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and maybe the greatest secret in the Indian Ocean isn't a treasure of gold or jewels, but the silent stone story of the sunken monuments of the Seychelles. What do you think? Are these formations a masterpiece of nature or the gravestone of a lost world? Let us know your theory in the comments below. The underwater ruins of Port Royal, the wickedest city on earth, swallowed in 4 minutes. In the 17th century, there was a city known as both the richest and the wickedest place on earth. It was a pirate's paradise, where it was said that 1 in every 4 buildings was either a bar or a brothel. But on the morning of June 7th, 1692, this city of sin was swallowed by the sea in a terrifying earthquake. What it left behind is a perfectly preserved underwater city, a real-life pirate time capsule. Back in the mid-1600s, the Caribbean was a battleground for European empires, and Spain was the king of the sandbox. England had just snatched Jamaica from them in 1655, giving them a foothold in the region, but they didn't have the military power to defend it. The Spanish were constantly trying to take it back, so Jamaica's governors had to get creative. They decided to make a deal with the devil, the Buccaneers, also known as the Brethren of the Coast. It was a brilliant, if risky, move. The governor of Jamaica basically rolled out the welcome mat for pirates and privateers, inviting them to make Port Royal their home base. He gave them letters of marque, official government paperwork that made it legal for them to attack Spanish ships. It was a win-win. The pirates got a safe place to sell their loot and party, and England got a ferocious, unofficial navy that kept the Spanish too busy to invade. Almost overnight, Port Royal exploded. It went from a tiny fort to the most important English trading hub in the Americas. The city was crawling with merchants, craftsmen, and fortune seekers. Streets were lined with fancy brick buildings, and its population of 6,500 was as big as Boston's at the time. The city ran on a wild business model, Pirates would steal gold from the Spanish, bring it to Port Royal, and the merchants there would sell it right back to other Spanish colonies. This cycle didn't just make Port Royal a pirate town, it made it the economic engine of the Caribbean. The city's reputation for sin grew even faster than its wealth. It was called the Sodom of the New World, and it earned that nickname. It was a place of wild excess. In 1 month alone, the city issued 40 new licenses for taverns. It was a chaotic mix of legitimate businessmen and thousands of pirates with money to burn. Gold, silver, and jewels plundered from Spanish ships flowed through the city's taverns. Fresh off a raid, a pirate would swagger in, pockets overflowing with coins, and blow it all on rum, gambling, and women. One writer at the time, Charles Leslie, noted that wine and women drained their wealth to such a degree that some of them became reduced to beggary. This was the world of legends like Calico Jack and Blackbeard. But the biggest name in Port Royal was Sir Henry Morgan. Morgan was a Welsh privateer who led devastatingly successful raids against Spanish cities. His raid on Panama City in 1671 was so massive, it took 150 mules just to carry the treasure. He became a hero, got incredibly rich, and in a wild twist of irony was eventually knighted and made the lieutenant governor of Jamaica. The man who was the face of Port Royal's lawlessness was now in charge of hunting down other pirates. His story is Port Royal's story, a city built on state-sponsored violence, raw capitalism, and a thin layer of respectability. The morning of June 7, 1692, started out bright and calm, but just before noon, the world came to an end. A massive earthquake, estimated today as a 7.5 magnitude, ripped through the island. The ground didn't just shake, it rolled in waves. You see, Port Royal's greatest weakness was its foundation. The whole city, with all its heavy brick buildings, was built on a narrow strip of loose, wet sand. When the quake hit, it triggered something terrifying called liquefaction. Basically, the shaking turned the solid ground into a thick, watery sludge, like quicksand. In an instant, the earth lost all its strength. Buildings, streets, and people were literally swallowed whole. The local church rector, Edmund Heath, wrote that he saw the earth open and swallow up a multitude of people. Fissures opened and closed, crushing people, while others sank into the mud, some buried with only their heads sticking out. Entire streets slid directly into the harbor. The city's forts, built for defense, crumbled into the sea. And then came the tsunami. A massive wave rose out of the harbor, so powerful that it lifted a warship, the HMS Swan, and carried it over the rooftops of the sinking buildings before dropping it in the middle of the town. In just 4 minutes, it was all over. 2/3 of the city, about 33 acres, had vanished beneath the waves, taking an estimated 2,000 people with it. The richest, wickedest city in the New World was gone. The aftermath was pure chaos. Survivors clung to floating wreckage while looters picked through the ruins, but the dying wasn't over. In the weeks that followed, another 2,000 to 3,000 people died from injuries and disease. To many at the time, it felt like divine punishment, God finally smiting the city for its sins. For centuries, Port Royal lay quiet, its streets submerged under 40 feet of water. But this catastrophe created an archaeological miracle. The low oxygen environment of the seafloor preserved the city in stunning detail, creating a Caribbean Pompeii. Starting in the 1980s, archaeologists from Texas A&M University and the Jamaica National Heritage Trust began to uncover its secrets. The discoveries were stunning. They found entire buildings intact, filled with artifacts that told the story of a city frozen in time. They found stacks of plates just as they had fallen off a shelf, and skillets still sitting in fireplaces. But the most famous discovery of all was a simple brass pocket watch, recovered from the silt. Its hands were stopped at 11:43 a.m., believed to mark the exact moment the world fell apart.
They also found the remains of those who died, including children, trapped beneath collapsed walls, a heartbreaking reminder of the human cost. Today, the site of historic Port Royal is a sleepy fishing village. The underwater city is a protected archaeological site, mostly off-limits to preserve its fragile remains. While major digs have ended, the work now focuses on protecting the site from new threats like coastal erosion and climate change. Many of the incredible artifacts pulled from the sea are now on display in museums in Kingston, Jamaica. Because of its incredible historical value, the sunken city is on UNESCO's tentative list to become a World Heritage Site, a designation that would help protect it for generations to come. The story of Port Royal is a powerful mix of pirate legends, colonial greed, and the awesome power of nature. It's a reminder of a city that lived fast and died in an instant, only to be reborn as a perfectly preserved time capsule from the golden age of piracy.
The underwater ruins of Baiae, Rome's sunken city of vice and volcanoes. What if the most luxurious, most scandal-plagued resort city in the world, the ancient Roman equivalent of Las Vegas, simply vanished beneath the waves? This isn't a myth. It's not the legend of Atlantis. It is the very real story of a place called Baiae. For centuries, Baiae was the ultimate playground for the Roman elite, a city of staggering wealth, wild parties, and deadly political games. But it was destroyed not by war, but by the very volcanoes that gave it life. Today, its spectacular villas, temples, and spas lie at the bottom of the ocean, a ghost city perfectly preserved in salt water. So, let's bring Baiae back to life. We'll explore its opulent ruins, uncover the imperial scandals that played out within its walls, and see how modern archaeology is raising this lost world from the depths. We're going to uncover the secrets of its golden age, witness its slow, silent death, and explore the hauntingly beautiful ruins that remain today. 2,000 years ago, on the sun-soaked coast of Italy, in the Gulf of Naples, one place outshone all others: Baiae. Long before anyone had heard of Capri or Pompeii, Baiae was the spot for the Roman world's wealthiest and most powerful citizens. They were drawn by the mild climate and, more importantly, by its natural volcanic hot springs. Roman engineers, true masters of their craft, channeled this geothermally heated water into magnificent public and private bathhouses. But these weren't just for getting clean. They were the hubs of society, business, and healing. People traveled from all over the empire to soak in the mineral-rich waters, convinced they could cure almost any sickness. But wellness was just part of the appeal. Baiae was, for all intents and purposes, the Roman Empire's Sin City, a place built for pleasure where all rules were off. The philosopher Seneca the Younger, who was not a fan of wild parties, called it a vortex of luxury and a harbor of vice. The poet Propertius went even further, calling it a den of licentiousness. Just picture it: sprawling villas built right into the cliffs, with lush gardens spilling down to the sea. Inside, rooms were decorated with stunning mosaics, and walls were covered in precious marble from across the empire. Feasts went on for days, powered by endless wine and exotic food. The strict morality of Rome was a distant memory here. The socialite Clodia became infamous after being accused in court of acting like a prostitute at the crowded resort of Baiae, throwing wild beach parties and getting into long drinking sessions. It was a place where, as one writer put it, old women acted like young girls, and some men acted like girls too. The buildings themselves were a spectacle. Structures we now call the temples of Mercury, Venus, and Diana weren't actually for worship. They were enormous thermal spas with groundbreaking domed roofs that pushed the limits of architecture. These weren't just buildings. They were statements of power, showing that the elite were so rich they could build paradise on Earth. Where you find that much wealth and power, you'll always find intrigue. Baiae wasn't just a resort. It was a shadow capital where the biggest names in Roman history came to relax and to plot. Almost every major figure of the late Republic and early Empire had a villa here, including Julius Caesar. Emperor Nero built a massive private estate, and it's believed Emperor Hadrian spent his final days in Baiae, dying in his villa in 138 AD. The notoriously cruel and extravagant Emperor Caligula treated the city like his personal stage. With their hidden rooms and private gardens, the city's villas were the perfect setting for political conspiracies. Away from the watchful eyes of the Roman Senate, deals were made, alliances were formed, and betrayals were planned. It was here, in the glamorous chaos of Baiae, that Julia Agrippina allegedly plotted to kill her husband, Emperor Claudius, so that her son, Nero, could take the throne. And Nero's own dark history is tied to this place. Not far from Baiae's shores, he ordered the murder of his own mother, Agrippina. The city's anything-goes atmosphere seemed to bring out the worst in its powerful visitors. While there are rumors that Cleopatra fled from Baiae after Caesar's assassination, these stories are likely just legends, as historical sources show she remained in Rome for about a month before returning to Egypt. But it wasn't all emperors and assassinations. Baiae was the scene of high society scandals that would make today's tabloids look tame. The wild behavior of people like Clodius cemented Baiae's reputation as a place where the rich and powerful could escape judgment and indulge their every fantasy. It was a city of secrets, where pleasure and danger were two sides of the same golden coin. This glittering paradise was built on shaky ground. Baiae owed its very existence to the same forces that would eventually destroy it. The city sat right on top of the Campi Flegrae, or Phlegraean Fields, a massive, active volcanic supercaldera. The Romans believed this was the home of Vulcan, the god of fire. The underground magma chambers that heated Baiae's famous springs were part of a sleeping giant. Unlike Pompeii, which was wiped out in a single violent eruption of Mount Vesuvius, Baiae's end was slow and silent. The city was the victim of a strange geological process called Brataseism. Think of the Earth's crust as something that can breathe. Brataseism is the gradual rising and falling of the ground as magma chambers deep underground swell and deflate. For centuries, the land under Baiae was slowly, almost invisibly sinking. Starting around the 4th century AD, the owners of the waterfront villas would have noticed the sea getting closer. Year after year, decade after decade, the ground dropped. Marble floors that once hosted wild parties were now washed by the waves. But Brataseism wasn't the only problem. The city was also sacked by Muslim raiders in the 8th century, which sped up its decline. By the 1500s, with much of the lower city already underwater and the area plagued by malaria, the once great resort was almost completely abandoned. There was no single dramatic explosion. Instead, nature simply and inevitably reclaimed what was hers. The city drowned. For hundreds of years, Baiae was just a memory, its treasures hidden beneath the waves. Fishermen sometimes pulled up Roman artifacts in their nets, but no one knew the true scale of what lay below. That all changed in the 1940s and 50s. An Italian Air Force pilot named Raimondo Boucher was flying over the coast on a clear day when he saw something incredible: the ghostly outline of a sunken town. His aerial photos gave the world its first real look at the lost city. As scuba diving technology improved, archaeologists began exploring in the 1960s, and what they found was breathtaking. Today, the area is the underwater archaeological park of Baiae, a protected marine zone where history is preserved in a stunning aquatic embrace. You can now visit this sunken world. Glass-bottom boats float over ancient Roman streets, giving you a godlike view of the ruins. Snorkelers and scuba divers can swim right through what's left of this incredible city. It's a surreal experience, gliding over gorgeous mosaic floors like the one at the Villa a Protiro, its patterns still sharp after centuries underwater. Divers can explore the Nymphaeum of Emperor Claudius, a grand banquet hall whose original statues have been moved to a museum for protection and replaced with exact replicas. The sea has preserved Baiae in a way the land never could have. You can see the remains of colonnades, marble walkways, and even the original lead pipes that carried water to the city's baths and villas. And the work never stops. Archaeologists are constantly making new finds, like the recent discovery and restoration of a spectacular marble floor from a high-status villa, its geometric patterns a testament to the city's lost splendor. The story of Baiae is still being written, one shimmering, submerged piece at a time. The story of Baiae is a clash of two great forces, human ambition and the power of nature. It's a tale of a civilization that built a monument to pleasure and excess, but it's also a powerful reminder that even the greatest empires are at the mercy of the planet. The ruins that now lie in 5 to 13 meters of water are more than just a tourist site. They are a direct portal to the Roman world. The same halls where emperors once plotted are now home to schools of fish. The courtyards that once echoed with laughter now hear only the gentle push of the current. Baiae is a paradox, a city of vice that became a time capsule, a playground for the powerful that became a monument to impermanence. It serves as a beautiful and profound warning, echoing from the deep, reminding us that what is built can be unbuilt, what is lost can be found, and that the sea will always keep its secrets, waiting for us to explore them. The sunken city of Cuba's Isla de la Juventud, pre-Columbian ruins beneath the waves. Back in 2001, something impossible showed up on a sonar scan off the coast of Cuba. Massive geometric structures, almost 2,300 feet beneath the waves. The first reports were electric, buzzing with talk of a sunken city, complete with pyramids and roads that could rewrite the history of the Americas. But then, the story just vanished. Mainstream archaeology went silent, and the tale of this potential lost city faded from the headlines completely. So, what did a team of engineers really find in those deep waters off the Guanajuato Peninsula? And why did this incredible story get all but ignored? Today, we're looking at the strange evidence for Cuba's sunken city and asking the question the experts won't. Are we looking at the ruins of a forgotten pre-Columbian civilization? This whole story doesn't start with archaeologists hunting for ancient ruins. It starts with engineers looking for treasure. In 2000, a Canadian company, Advanced Digital Communications, or ADC, was working on a project with the Cuban government. The team was led by marine engineer Paulina Zalitsky and her husband, Paul Weinsweig. Their goal was pretty straightforward: map the seabed and find sunken Spanish galleons. They were scanning the waters at the westernmost tip of Cuba, in a deep channel that separates the island from Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Using advanced side-scan sonar, they painted a picture of the ocean floor, expecting a whole lot of mud and sand. But then, their screens lit up with something that made no sense. Across an area of nearly 500 acres, they saw a series of strange, symmetrical, and geometric stone structures. These weren't the messy remains of a shipwreck. The images showed organized patterns, sharp angles, and parallel lines that looked a lot like an urban grid. Zalitsky and Weinsweig were floored. The shapes seemed completely artificial in the middle of a barren seascape. They knew they'd stumbled onto something big. Zalitsky herself said it looked like a large urban center, but admitted it would be totally irresponsible to say for sure without more evidence. The team went looking for colonial history, but may have accidentally found something far, far older. With these tantalizing sonar images, the mystery was just getting started. What were these shapes that looked so designed? To get a better view, the ADC team went back to the site in July 2001. This time they brought a remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, a deep-sea robot that could send back video from the crushing depths of over 2,000 feet. The footage from the ROV was intriguing. It showed what looked like enormous blocks of stone, some appearing to be cut and stacked on top of one another. The discoverers believed the images showed possible pyramids and building foundations, all arranged in a planned, grid-like pattern. Paul Weinsweg argued that the scene showed too much organization, too much symmetry, too much repetition of form to be a freak of nature. The scale they proposed was staggering. The team speculated that some individual structures might be as large as pyramids in Egypt. Based on the geology of the area, they threw out a speculative age, 6,000 years old. If that were true, this site would be 1,500 years older than the pyramids at Giza, and would completely change our understanding of ancient American history. The sonar scans and video footage looked, for all the world, like a city lost to the waves. It seemed like a discovery that should have kicked off one of the biggest archaeological digs in history. Instead, it was met with a wall of skepticism and eventually silence. The announcement of a possible sunken city off Cuba caused a brief media frenzy. Headlines wondered about a lost civilization, with some even whispering the name Atlantis. But almost as fast as the story broke, the scientific community started pumping the brakes, raising serious questions that cast a shadow over the whole discovery. The biggest problem? The depth. The structures are sitting between 2,000 and 2,500 feet down. According to geologists, for that piece of land to sink so deep would have taken an immense amount of time. Marine geologist Manuel Iturralde, who was invited to consult on the find, estimated it would have taken at least 50,000 years for that part of the seafloor to submerge to where it is today. And that's the core of the controversy. 50,000 years ago, no known human culture was building monumental architecture. An expert at Florida State University said the structures were simply out of time and out of place. If they are man-made, they belong to a civilization far more advanced than any we know of from that era. Skeptics, like the famous oceanographer Robert Ballard, offered a different theory. These aren't ruins at all, but just really weird-looking natural rock formations. They argue that nature can sometimes create geometric patterns that trick our brains into seeing intelligent design. Iturralde himself, while calling the formations extremely peculiar, cautioned that nature can produce things that are hard to explain geologically. This same debate rages around other sites, like the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan. The final, and most frustrating, roadblock is the lack of physical proof. To prove these structures are artificial, you need more than pictures. You need a piece of one. You need to drill into a block, find a tool mark, or an inscription. To this day, no physical evidence has ever been recovered from the site. What if it's real? All right, let's push past the skepticism for a minute and just ask, what if it's real? What if Paulina Zalitsky and Paul Weinsweg really did find a 6,000-year-old sunken city? The implications would be world-changing. First, it would completely shatter the timeline of civilization in the Americas. The great empires we know, the Olmec, Maya, and Aztec, showed up thousands of years after this city would have been drowned. A sophisticated urban society in the Caribbean that predates the Egyptian pyramids would force a total rewrite of history. It would mean advanced cultures rose and fell in the Americas long before we ever thought possible. Second, it begs the question, who were these people? Zalitsky herself speculated they might have lived on a land bridge that once connected Cuba to Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. What's interesting is that this idea lines up with the stories of the native Yucatec people, who have ancient legends of an ancestral island that vanished under the waves. Could this be the physical proof of that story? A discovery like this would also fuel other controversial ideas about a forgotten chapter in human history, a time of advanced civilizations wiped out by a global cataclysm. While the discoverers have stayed away from the Atlantis label, you can't ignore the parallels. A high-tech society, a huge city, a catastrophic sinking. The story feels incredibly familiar and echoes flood myths found in cultures all over the world. If this site were ever confirmed, it would prove that our picture of the ancient world is missing some major pieces. It would suggest we're a species with amnesia, with whole chapters of our story lost to the deep ocean and the even deeper gulf of time. After the initial buzz died down, the story of the Cuban underwater city mostly went cold. Years have passed with no real answers, which leads to the biggest question of all. Why hasn't there been more research? With even a slim chance of a history-making discovery, Why isn't every major university scrambling to figure this out? The official reasons are mostly practical. Deep-sea exploration is ridiculously expensive and technologically difficult. Putting together a mission with the gear needed to take core samples from hard rock over 2,000 feet down requires a ton of money and political goodwill. In fact, a planned exploratory mission was reportedly canceled due to a lack of funding. But for many people who follow this story, that explanation doesn't feel quite right. They point to what they see as a pattern of neglect from the mainstream academic world. The argument is that the find is just too problematic. It doesn't fit the accepted story of ancient history, so it's easier to write it off as a geological anomaly than to deal with the consequences if it's real. This leaves us in a frustrating limbo. The discoverers, ADC, stand by their findings. The skeptical scientific community remains unconvinced without a physical sample, and the rest of us are left with some wild images and one heck of a mystery. Without a new expedition, the debate will never be settled. More than 20 years after those first sonar blips lit up a screen, the sunken city of Cuba is still a complete enigma. We have sonar maps that look like a city grid. We have video of massive, symmetrical-looking stones, and we have a profound scientific disagreement. Are these the ruins of a lost civilization, or just a grand illusion, carved by the random forces of geology? Until a new expedition heads down with the right tools, the Cuban underwater formation will remain one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of our time. The evidence is sitting right there, but its true meaning is lost in the darkness, waiting to be rediscovered.
The underwater ziggurat of the Coral Sea. Ancient Mesopotamian design in the Pacific? What if a single story, whispered on the internet, could rewrite everything we think we know about the ancient world? We're taught that the great civilizations of the past were islands, separated by vast and impassable oceans. But what if they weren't? What if there was a global, seafaring people who left their mark in the most unexpected places? For years, a tantalizing story has circulated in the digital shadows, accompanied by grainy images of a strange, stepped pyramid discovered in the deep sea off the coast of Australia. And the most shocking part? It looks impossibly like an ancient Mesopotamian ziggurat. Could this be the proof of a lost global civilization that mainstream history says never existed? The legend begins in the Coral Sea, a remote stretch of the Pacific Northeast of Australia. For most, it's known for vibrant reefs and marine life. But according to a persistent theory, it's also home to a world-changing secret. Proponents point to what they claim are sonar maps and satellite images showing a colossal structure rising from the seabed. They describe something that just shouldn't be there, a massive symmetrical pyramid with distinct terraced levels, like giant steps leading to a flat top. The structure is said to be immense, dwarfing any shipwreck and showing a geometry that seems to defy nature. The images shared online are often blurry and ambiguous, but they fuel a powerful narrative. In these murky shapes, people see a design that feels engineered, deliberate. The location itself is the biggest puzzle. This isn't the coast of Iraq or the plains of ancient Sumer. This is the Pacific, a part of the world supposedly untouched by these ancient architectural traditions. If it were real, the find would be more than just an anomaly. It would be a revolution. It forces us to ask, who could have built it, and why is it at the bottom of the ocean? The mystery gets even deeper when you compare the supposed shape of this underwater structure to the ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamia. Picture the Great Ziggurat of Ur in modern-day Iraq. It's a terraced, step pyramid built nearly 4,000 years ago as a temple, a stairway to the heavens for the gods. Its design is iconic, a signature of one of humanity's earliest civilizations. Now, look again at the supposed sonar readings from the Coral Sea. The similarity, theorists argue, is undeniable. They highlight the broad base, the stepped platforms, and the flat top where a shrine might have stood. How could a design so specific, so culturally distinct, show up thousands of miles away and thousands of years later, buried under the waves? Mainstream history has no answer because it says this is impossible. The cultures of the ancient Pacific were completely separate from those of the Middle East. There was no contact, no exchange of architectural plans. This is the heart of the fringe theory, that the structure is a relic of a forgotten age, proof of a seafaring culture that connected the entire world long before recorded history. They ask, is this the work of Mesopotamian explorers, or does it point to an even older, common ancestor to both cultures, a legendary lost civilization like Atlantis or Mu, whose ruins lie scattered across the globe? The implications are huge, suggesting the history in our textbooks is just a fraction of the real story. So, what happens when we step away from the speculative forums and look at what scientists and marine surveyors have actually found? The narrative takes a sharp turn. The underwater ziggurat doesn't appear on any official maritime charts, geological surveys, or in any peer-reviewed scientific papers. It simply doesn't exist. So where did this incredible story come from? The claims are a distorted version of a very real and arguably even more spectacular natural wonder, Baal's Pyramid. And the most important fact is that Baal's Pyramid isn't underwater at all. It's the world's tallest volcanic sea stack, a breathtaking shard of rock that shoots 562 meters, over 1,800 feet, straight out of the ocean. It's not a ziggurat built by human hands, but a monument carved entirely by nature. Geologists have studied Baal's Pyramid extensively. It's the heavily eroded remnant of a shield volcano that formed around 6.4 million years ago. It is ancient, but not in human terms. It predates our entire species by millions of years. So what about those steps that look so artificial in blurry pictures? They're a classic example of differential erosion. The volcano is made of countless layers of lava flows. Some layers are harder rock, while others are softer. Over millions of years, the relentless force of wind and waves has worn away the softer layers more quickly, leaving the harder layers behind as natural step-like formations. There is zero evidence of quarrying, tool marks, or any human modification. It is a geological masterpiece, not an archaeological one. For believers in a lost chapter of history, the geological explanation isn't the end of the story. It's the start of a deeper one. They argue that dismissing it as just a rock misses the point. The question for them isn't just what Baal's Pyramid is now, but what it might have been to people in the distant past. To understand their view, we have to look at one undeniable, world-changing event: the end of the last ice age. Around 20,000 years ago, sea levels were about 125 meters lower than they are today. As the ice sheets melted, the oceans rose dramatically, drowning enormous stretches of coastal land worldwide. Off the coast of Australia alone, an area nearly 1.5 times the size of the United Kingdom was swallowed by the sea. What civilizations, towns, or sacred sites were lost to the waves? This isn't just speculation, it's a geographical fact that huge, once habitable lands now lie deep underwater. This is where proponents connect it to other controversial sites, like the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan. To this day, a debate rages. Most geologists are sure it's a stunning natural formation, but others see straight lines and right angles that seem man-made. Could Baal's Pyramid be part of a similar story? The alternative theory suggests that maybe ancient people didn't build the pyramid, but used it. Perhaps this colossal natural spire served as a sacred mountain for a civilization living on the now submerged coast. Maybe the terraces weren't built, but were revered by a people whose world was about to vanish. This reframes the whole mystery. The question is no longer, did Mesopotamians build a ziggurat in the Pacific, but something far more fascinating. What if the existence of a spectacular natural landmark like Baal's Pyramid was the seed for a civilization's stories and beliefs? What if a lost seafaring culture saw these towering volcanic remnants not as random geology, but as natural temples or homes for their gods? What if our search for perfect man-made ruins is blinding us to a different kind of ancient footprint, one where humanity adapted to and sanctified the natural world?
We know the planet's geography was radically different after the Ice Age. What would it do to our neat timeline of history if advanced maritime cultures existed then, navigating between sacred natural monuments along coastlines now deep underwater? Could the global myths of a great flood, of a sunken homeland like Atlantis or Lemuria, be a distant, fractured memory of this very real geological event? What if the clues aren't in a single, impossible artifact, but in the meeting of geology, mythology, and the undeniable reality of our planet's changing face? The lines between what is natural and what is artificial can blur, potentially hiding a chapter of human history we are only just beginning to imagine. So what's your take? Is Baal's pyramid simply a magnificent, multi-million-year-old volcanic rock, a testament to the raw power of our planet? Or is it possible that the scientific explanation, while correct, is missing a human element? Could it have been a sacred site for a lost civilization whose world was swallowed by the sea? Let us know your theories in the comments below. We read them all, and your perspective is a vital part of this conversation. We're left with two compelling stories. On one hand, we have the firm, evidence-based conclusion of geology. Baal's pyramid is a natural wonder, carved by time and nature, not by people. On the other, we have the tantalizing questions that won't go away. Whispers of lost maps, echoes in ancient myths, and the fact that vast, once habitable lands now lie silent in the deep. This strange, Gothic spire of rock is already a place of legend. It's home to the Lord Howe Island stick insect, a creature thought to be extinct for 80 years before being rediscovered there in 2001. It's a place that literally holds on to lost life. So we're left with a final thought. Is it possible for a place to be both a natural masterpiece and a forgotten historical marker? Perhaps the greatest mysteries aren't hidden in impossible artifacts, but in how we choose to see the world that's right in front of us. Perhaps the truth isn't a single answer, but a story far more complex and far more interesting than we ever dared to believe. The underwater temple platform in the Andaman Sea, built by a forgotten culture? The Andaman Sea. Its turquoise waters and remote islands hide a world of secrets. For thousands of years, this sea has been home to some of the most isolated people on Earth, living links to a past so ancient it makes the pyramids look young. But beneath the waves, other legends are stirring. Modern whispers of a lost city, a colossal temple with steps plunging into the abyss, built by a culture so old it's been completely forgotten. It's a story that feels like a classic, the eternal myth of Atlantis, a tempting idea that a great civilization was simply swallowed by the sea. The Andaman Sea is filled with ancient shipwrecks, we know that for a fact, but could it be hiding something much, much bigger? For years, speculation about a sunken civilization has swirled around these waters. So what's the real story here? Join us as we dive in to separate the hard evidence from the fantastic theories of a forgotten world. While the legend of a sunken city is what grabs the headlines, the truth of what we've actually found beneath the Andaman's waves is, in its own way, even more astounding. For archaeologists, this sea isn't the tomb of one lost city, but a sprawling graveyard of countless ships. It's a massive underwater museum of history. For centuries, the Andaman Sea was a critical superhighway for trade, a kind of liquid silk road connecting the great empires of the East to the markets of the West. Long before European explorers ever dreamed of sailing around Africa, this was a bustling corridor of commerce, and the proof is scattered all over the seabed. Underwater archaeology teams have pieced together an incredible story from these silent wrecks. Their work isn't about finding pirate treasure, it's about understanding how our modern world was built, one voyage at a time. They've uncovered everything from the elegant stitched-together dhows of Arab traders to the massive junk ships from Imperial China, each one a perfect time capsule. The cargo these ships carried tells the story of a vibrant, deeply connected ancient world. Can you imagine the moment of discovery? a diver's light hitting a crate of pristine Tang Dynasty ceramics that haven't seen the sun in over 1,000 years. Archaeologists have found tens of thousands of artifacts, precious gold, intricate silver, and a stunning variety of pottery, from the green-glazed Celadon wares of Thailand to the iconic blue and white porcelain that would later take Europe by storm. This isn't just a list of old stuff. It's hard evidence. It allows us to rebuild the story of ancient shipbuilding, map out trade routes, and understand the economies of entire empires. We now know for a fact that Chinese goods were being traded directly into the Indian Ocean as early as the 9th century, thanks to the incredible Belitung shipwreck, an Arab dhow that sank while carrying over 60,000 artifacts from China. The floor of the Andaman Sea doesn't tell a story of one lost civilization, but of a dynamic, multicultural world of sailors, merchants, and explorers. That's the truth, written in broken hulls and scattered pottery.
Okay, so with all these scientists mapping the seafloor, has anyone actually gone looking for this legendary city? Well, yes and no. Every scientific dive is in a way a search for the unknown, but hunting for one specific monumental building is a whole different ballgame. Modern underwater archaeology is a serious high-tech operation. Researchers use sophisticated tools like side-scan sonar to paint a detailed picture of the seabed, looking for any strange shapes that don't look natural. They send down remotely operated vehicles, or ROVs, to be their eyes and hands in depths far too dangerous for a human diver. But the Andaman Sea is enormous, and the seafloor is a chaotic landscape of deep trenches, volcanic mountains, and steep ridges. The whole region sits on an active tectonic boundary. Earthquakes and sinking land are just a part of life here. Geologically speaking, it's entirely possible for a piece of coastline to disappear under the waves, and that geological reality is what gives the myth its hook, that little sliver of possibility. If the land itself can sink, why not a city? This puts the Andaman mystery right next to other controversial underwater sites around the world. The most famous is the Yonaguni Monument, just off the coast of Japan. It's a massive rock formation with what looks like huge flat terraces, perfect 90-degree angles, and giant steps. To some, it's clearly a man-made pyramid, a city sunk by an earthquake. To geologists, it's an amazing but completely natural rock formation carved by strong ocean currents. The debate over Yonaguni shows you the biggest challenge. How can you be sure if something was carved by people, or just by nature? Could a structure like that exist in the Andaman Sea, written off by scientists as just a weird-looking rock? It's a cool thought. But here's the bottom line. Despite decades of surveys that have found all those shipwrecks, no one has ever reported finding anything that looks like the legendary temple platform. There have been no confirmed sonar pings of enormous geometric structures, no ROV footage of monumental steps leading into the darkness. The search has revealed a world of trade, but the lost city is still a ghost.
This brings us to the heart of it all, pulling apart the facts from the fiction. The myth is a fantastic story of a great forgotten culture, advanced enough to build massive structures that was wiped out in a catastrophe. It's an idea that plugs into other grand theories of lost continents like Lemuria or the Tamil legend of Kumari Kandam. It's a story about a lost golden age, a story we humans have been telling ourselves for thousands of years. Then you have the facts, backed by evidence. The archaeological record in the Andaman Sea tells a different but honestly a more exciting story. It's a story of movement, connection, and incredible risk. The sunken evidence we have isn't of a city that stayed in one place, but of the ships that moved between great civilizations. The sea wasn't a home, it was a highway. The artifacts don't point to one single lost culture, but to a buzzing intersection of people from Arabia, India, Southeast Asia, and China. So, if there's no real evidence, why does the idea of a sunken city stick around? It's probably a mix of things. First, we all have a fascination with the Atlantis story, the romantic dream of a perfect society lost to the waves. Second, the Andaman Sea is just a genuinely mysterious place. It's home to the Sentinelese, a tribe that has remained almost completely cut off from the modern world. When a place holds real, living mysteries like that, it's easy to imagine it holds even bigger secrets. Maybe the best way to think about it is this. The Andaman Sea isn't the site of one great sunken city. It's an underwater Silk Road. The shipwrecks are the lost caravans. Each one was a small tragedy for its crew, but together they tell a grand story of human ambition and discovery. The real lost world isn't a city of stone, but the collective memory of thousands of sailors whose stories now rest in the silent deep. The line between history and myth can get pretty blurry, and the ocean is one of the last frontiers that still holds truly massive mysteries. What do you think is the most fascinating underwater mystery out there, whether it's a real shipwreck or a legendary city? Let me know in the comments below. I really do read them all. And if you enjoyed this trip into the past, make sure you subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss our next exploration. The story of the Andaman sunken city is a classic battle between a great myth and an even greater truth. The myth is a powerful tale, but the truth, written in the wreckage of ancient ships, is a more complex and amazing story about a connected, buzzing, ancient world. The real lost world of the Andaman Sea isn't one place, but 1,000 stories scattered across the seabed. The depths have given us a graveyard of ships, a lost chapter of global history. But the ocean is huge, and over 80% of it is still a complete mystery. It remains unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. We've found the lost caravans, but we haven't walked every mile of the road yet. What other secrets is the Andaman Sea still holding on to? And what truths, or what new myths, are still waiting to be discovered in the dark? The sunken Stonehenge of the Pacific. Mysterious circle found near Samoa. Imagine a massive human-made structure, a kind of sunken Stonehenge, discovered at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. It's a story that sounds like it's been pulled straight from a movie, and it has absolutely captivated millions online. You've probably seen the images, perfectly arranged megaliths, lost to the depths for millennia, hinting at some forgotten chapter of human history. The find is presented as the ultimate proof of an advanced, unknown civilization that was swallowed by the sea. But here's the thing, is any of it true? Archaeologists and geologists are telling a very different story. So in this video, we're going to separate the facts from the fiction. We'll show you what they really found in the waters near Samoa, and then explore the genuine megalithic wonders of the Pacific, ancient marvels that are honestly far more incredible than any myth. The viral story of a submerged stone circle near Samoa is a powerful one, but it has one giant flaw. There's no actual archaeological evidence to back it up. Not one bit. Major institutions and scientific surveys have found no record of any deep-water Stonehenge-like structure. The images that usually go with these claims are almost always CGI, artistic renderings, or just misidentified natural rock formations. You have to remember, the ocean floor is a geologically wild place, full of volcanic activity that can create some bizarre and seemingly artificial shapes. For instance, columns of basalt rock can naturally crack into hexagonal pillars that, to an untrained eye, look convincingly man-made. So if there's no sunken Stonehenge, does that mean Samoa has no ancient mysteries? Not at all. In fact, the myth distracts from the country's very real and seriously impressive archaeological heritage. On land, Samoa is home to monumental stone constructions that tell a fascinating story of a complex society. The most famous of these is the Pulamalei Mound, the largest single ancient structure in all of Polynesia. It's a massive stepped pyramid built from local volcanic stone, which got its start as a huge platform around 700 to 900 years ago. This wasn't a tomb, but a ceremonial hub, the very heart of a large settlement that once thrived on the island of Savaii. And that's not all. Alongside Pulamalei are hundreds of other features, including the mysterious star mounds. These are raised stone platforms with arms radiating outwards, giving them a star-like shape from above. Recent LiDAR scans, which use lasers to map the ground right through the dense jungle, have revealed over 80 of these structures. It's a discovery that hints at a population and level of organization far greater than anyone had understood. These weren't just decorations, they were centers for chiefly rituals, political gatherings, and even the high-status sport of pigeon snaring. The real story of Samoa's megaliths isn't about a lost city beneath the waves. It's about a vibrant, powerful society that shaped its own landscape, building monuments that served as the political and spiritual centers of their world. The mystery isn't if they built incredible things, but how and why these very real structures came to be. So, while the Samoan Stonehenge might be a myth, the Pacific is packed with real megalithic wonders that are even more fascinating. These sites don't need any exaggeration to be astounding. They're monuments to human ingenuity and ambition that challenge everything we think we know about the ancient world. If you're as fascinated by these true stories from archaeology as we are, take a moment to subscribe. We're all about uncovering the facts behind the world's greatest mysteries. Now, let's get to our first genuine megalithic wonder of the Pacific.
Imagine a city built not on solid ground, but on a coral reef. That is Madol. Located off the island of Ponape in Micronesia, it's the only ancient city ever constructed right on top of a reef. For centuries, it was the political and religious capital of the Sodalur dynasty, a line of powerful kings who showed up around the year 1200 and united the island's 25,000 people. Madol means within the intervals, which refers to the network of canals that acted as its streets. The city is made of 92 artificial islets, built by stacking massive, naturally formed columns of basalt rock in a crisscross pattern on the shallow reef. These walls stand up to 15 meters high and 5 meters thick, forming tombs, homes, and ceremonial centers. The sheer scale of it all is just staggering. Archaeologists estimate that building Madol required millions of tons of basalt, and this stone wasn't just lying around, it had to be quarried from the other side of Ponape and somehow moved to the reef.
The question that still baffles researchers is how? How did a society with no wheels, no pulleys, and no metal tools quarry and transport stones weighing up to 50 tons, and then expertly place them on a coral reef to create a floating city? Pohnpeian oral history has a simple answer: magic. Legend says the first two Sodalur rulers were sorcerers who used their powers to make the stones fly into place. While archaeologists are busy looking for a more scientific explanation, probably involving rafts, levers, and an incredible amount of manpower, the legend itself tells you just how awe-inspiring the site was. Madol was designed to be separate, to be imposing. The ruling class lived in isolation on these islets, protected by water and monumental walls, their power reflected in the unbelievable architecture they commanded into existence. The city was eventually abandoned around 1628, but its stone walls remain, a silent, incredible testament to one of the most ambitious engineering projects in human history.
Our next marvel takes us to the islands of Yap, also in Micronesia, where we find one of the most unique forms of currency ever created, massive stone discs called rai. Now, these aren't coins you can fit in your pocket. Rai stones are limestone wheels with a hole in the center, and they can be enormous. The largest one is over 11 feet across and weighs more than a car. But here's the craziest part. The limestone needed to make rai doesn't even exist on Yap. To create their money, the Yapese people had to set out on a dangerous 400-kilometer ocean voyage in outrigger canoes to the island of Palau. There, they would quarry the stone, carve it into a disc, and then start the treacherous journey home, towing the massive stone behind them on a raft. Many stones were lost to storms, which only made the ones that survived even more valuable. See, a rai stone's value wasn't just about its size, it was about its story. A stone's worth was tied to how difficult its journey was, how many lives were lost bringing it home, and who had owned it before. Because of this, the stones themselves almost never moved. When a stone was used in a major transaction,
Like a marriage dowry or settling a dispute, ownership was simply transferred with a public announcement. The physical stone might stay right where it was, but everyone in the community knew who the new owner was. In a way, the Yappies created a public ledger, a system based entirely on collective memory and social agreement. There's a famous story about a rye stone that was being transported when it sank to the bottom of the ocean. Even though it was lost forever, it was still considered valid currency. Its ownership continued to be traded because everyone agreed that it existed and they all knew its history. It's a powerful reminder that money, at its core, is just a shared belief. While the Yappies stopped making rye in the early 20th century, the stones remain powerful cultural symbols, tangible links to an ancestral past built on courage, risk, and trust.
Of course, we have to talk about the Moai of Rapa Nui or Easter Island. But to really get what these iconic statues are all about, we have to look past the wild myths of alien visitors and appreciate them for what they are, the crowning achievement of one of the most isolated groups of people on Earth. The people who settled Rapa Nui were master navigators, part of the great Polynesian expansion that saw humans cross thousands of miles of open ocean in canoes, using only the stars, currents, and birds to guide them. Between 1250 and 1500, the Rapa Nui people carved nearly 900 of these monolithic figures from the island's volcanic rock. These statues, which are whole bodies and not just heads, are believed to be the living faces of godlike ancestors. Their job was to watch over the villages and project spiritual power, or mana, to protect their descendants and bring good fortune. That's why almost all the Moai you see on their stone platforms or ahu face inland, with their backs to the sea, keeping a silent vigil over their clan's land. The engineering involved was incredible. After carving a statue in the Rano Raraku quarry, teams of people had to move these multi-ton figures for miles across the island's rolling hills. While we still debate the exact method, evidence suggests they were walked upright by rocking them back and forth with ropes, a process that would have required insane coordination and skill. Competition between clans to build bigger and more impressive statues fueled their creation, becoming a central focus of the island's culture. The Moai aren't a sign of collapse. They're a symbol of a thriving, organized, and deeply spiritual society, making its mark on the most remote inhabited place on the planet. So we go from a mythical stone circle at the bottom of the sea to the very real marvels of Madol, the stone money of Yap, and the watchful Moai of Rapa Nui. The Pacific Ocean truly is a theater of human achievement. The viral story of a Samoan Stonehenge is tempting because it hints at a great lost mystery. But as we've seen, the truth is often far more compelling than fiction. The real wonders of the Pacific don't need any embellishment. They tell the true story of navigators who conquered the largest ocean on Earth, of engineers who built cities on reefs, and of societies who created a currency from courage and a legacy from stone. The real mystery isn't what's lost beneath the waves, but what we can still learn from the incredible achievements left standing in the sun. The underwater pyramid near the Azores, natural or man-made? Deep beneath the Atlantic, in the volcanic islands of the Azores, lies a mystery that seems to rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. Back in 2013, a sailor charting the seabed stumbled upon something that just shouldn't be there, a massive pyramid-shaped structure. The discovery instantly sparked a huge debate. Is this some bizarre geological quirk, a freak of nature forged by volcanoes? Or could it be the impossible remnant of a forgotten civilization lost to the sea thousands of years ago? We're going to explore the evidence on both sides to figure out what's really going on with the underwater pyramid of the Azores. Just off the coast of Portugal, between the islands of Terceira and São Miguel, sits a structure that has puzzled scientists since its discovery. It's a pyramid, rising about 60 meters from the ocean floor,
with a base that covers 8,000 square meters, and it appears to have perfect geometric angles. Its discoverer claimed it was perfectly shaped and oriented by the cardinal points, a detail that, if it's true, would be a wild coincidence for a natural hill. This isn't just another lump on the seafloor. It's an anomaly that pits hard science against the incredible possibility that a chapter of human history has been completely overlooked. The story kicks off in 2013 with Diocleciano Silva, a local sailor who was mapping the ocean depths for new fishing spots. Using off-the-shelf sonar, he got a ping from an enormous and shockingly regular shape below. The image that popped up on his screen wasn't the usual rugged terrain of a volcanic seabed. It was a pyramid, with 4 straight edges and a flat top, looking a whole lot like ancient structures we see on land. Silva was totally convinced he'd found something man-made. He reported that its corners aligned with north, south, east, and west, a signature of sophisticated ancient building, most famously seen in the Great Pyramid of Giza. That kind of alignment is often seen as a sign of intelligent design. For a natural formation to pull that off would be, to put it mildly, statistically unlikely. The discovery immediately threw gasoline on the fire of speculation, with many pointing to one legendary name, Atlantis. Plato's story of a powerful island nation that sank into the sea in a single day and night of misfortune has fascinated people for centuries. He said it was located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which most people take to mean the Strait of Gibraltar. The Azores, way out in the Atlantic, fit that general description perfectly. Could this pyramid be the first real evidence of Plato's lost city? The theory gets a little more interesting when you look at the islands themselves. For a long time, the official story was that the Azores were empty until the Portuguese showed up in the 15th century. But some researchers, like Nuno Ribeiro of the Portuguese Association of Archaeological Research, say they've found evidence of a much earlier human presence. Discoveries on Pico and Terceira Islands include rock art and structures that some believe predate the Portuguese by thousands of years. These include ancient burial sites and other structures that hint at a mysterious pre-Portuguese culture. If people were living on the Azores that long ago, could they have built the pyramid? Supporters of the man-made theory think these discoveries on land are the missing link, pointing to a civilization that was advanced enough to build something huge before their home sank beneath the waves.
As exciting as the idea of a lost city is, the scientific community is for the most part not buying it. Geologists and the Portuguese Navy were quick to offer a much more down-to-earth explanation. They argue the pyramid isn't man-made at all, but a natural volcanic formation. Specifically, they think it's part of the de João de Castro Bank, a huge underwater volcano in the exact same spot. You have to remember the Azores aren't just sitting there peacefully. They're located right on the mid-Atlantic ridge, one of the most volcanically and tectonically active places on Earth. This is a spot where new land is always being created. The de João de Castro Bank itself has a pretty dramatic past. In 1720, a volcanic eruption there was so massive it created a whole new island, which was then washed away by the ocean just 2 years later. The area is littered with volcanic cones and vents. From a geological standpoint, pyramid-like shapes can be formed by erosion, but in a volcanic zone, they can also be created by the way lava erupts and cools underwater. As magma pushes up, it can form steep conical hills. Later, fractures and shifts can create features that look surprisingly geometric. Nature is full of geometry, after all. Scientists say the Azores pyramid is probably just another example of that. But the biggest argument against it being man-made is the timeline. Geologists estimate the spot where the pyramid sits went underwater about 20,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. As the glaciers melted, the sea rose and swallowed this entire area. And here's the problem. Mainstream archaeology shows the first human civilizations capable of building massive structures didn't appear until around 3000 BC in Mesopotamia. That's about 17,000 years after the Azores site was already deep underwater.
The idea that a civilization existed 20,000 years ago, with the tools and organization to build a pyramid of this scale is, based on what we know, pretty much impossible. There's just no other evidence anywhere in the world of that kind of human activity so long ago. With two stories that are so completely at odds, it all comes down to the evidence. And this is where things get a little murky. The original discovery, remember, was made with private, non-professional sonar. Some experts say that this kind of equipment can create distorted images of the seafloor, making natural slopes look like sharp, artificial lines. Since 2013, there's been a frustrating lack of new, high-resolution data made public. The Portuguese Navy's Hydrographic Institute did investigate and said the structure had been mapped before. Their conclusion, according to reports, was that it was likely a natural volcanic formation. But a detailed official report with clear sonar scans and photos has never been widely released. This has left everyone to rely on that first dramatic image and second-hand accounts. Most importantly, not a single piece of archaeological evidence has ever been recovered from the site itself. No tool marks, no pottery, no carvings. While supporters point to the pyramid's supposed alignment with the cardinal points, even that claim is based on the discoverer's data and hasn't been independently confirmed in a peer-reviewed study. Without that smoking gun proof of human hands at work, the man-made theory is just speculation. Even the controversial discoveries on the islands, like the supposed pre-Portuguese rock art, are still on the fringe of mainstream archaeology. While they're intriguing, many of these finds haven't been conclusively dated or accepted by the wider scientific community. So trying to connect unverified artifacts on land to an unverified structure underwater requires a bit of a leap. We're basically left in limbo. The mystery lives on, not because the evidence for a lost civilization is so strong, but because the definitive proof debunking it hasn't been shared with the public. This information vacuum has let speculation run wild and created a modern legend.
So what is the underwater pyramid of the Azores? The overwhelming weight of scientific evidence points to a natural cause. Its location in a hyperactive volcanic zone, the known history of the de João de Castro Bank, and the fact that it's been underwater for 20,000 years make the case for a geological formation incredibly strong. The most likely answer is that we're looking at an unusually shaped volcanic cone, a monument to the powerful and sometimes bizarrely precise forces that shape our planet. And yet, the mystery won't die. The idea of its perfect geometry, its alignment with the cardinal points, and the thrilling possibility that our history books are missing a chapter are hard to shake. The pyramid taps into that deep desire to believe that we weren't the first, that there are incredible, forgotten stories buried beneath the waves. Until a fully equipped, transparent expedition sends back crystal-clear images and physical samples from the seafloor, the debate will rage on. Is it a volcano, or is it a tombstone for a civilization lost to time? For now, the underwater pyramid of the Azores remains a powerful symbol of the unexplored, a question mark drawn on the deep ocean map, daring us to find the answer. The sunken city of Neapolis, 1600-year-old Roman city discovered off Tunisia. In the year 365 AD, the world shook. An earthquake, with an estimated magnitude of 8.0 or more, ripped through the earth near the island of Crete. It unleashed a terrifying tsunami that slammed the Mediterranean coastline, a day of horror that flattened cities and devastated communities from Egypt all the way to modern-day Tunisia. One of the Roman Empire's bustling coastal hubs, a city named Neapolis, was simply struck from the map, vanishing beneath the waves. For over 1,600 years, it was little more than a ghost story. But what if the legend was real? What if a city, frozen in its final terrifying moments, was just waiting to be found? Well, after centuries of silence, the lost city of Neapolis has been discovered. For centuries, Neapolis was a historical puzzle. While cities like Pompeii were buried in ash and famously documented, Neapolis just disappeared. Roman historians were strangely quiet about it, and some scholars have a theory as to why. Generations earlier, during the brutal Punic Wars, Neapolis had made a risky bet. It sided with Carthage against Rome. This defiance might have led to the city being snubbed, its history largely sidelined in official Roman records, even after it became a Roman colony. The most significant clue to its fate comes from the Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus, who described the apocalyptic tsunami of July 21st, 365 AD. He wrote of ships being thrown miles inland, and of the sea swallowing cities whole. While his surviving texts don't mention Neapolis by name, his account of the disaster perfectly matched the city's suspected demise. For archaeologists, it was a crucial breadcrumb. It suggested that somewhere off the coast of Naboul, in modern Tunisia, the ruins of a once great city lay hidden under the water. But for more than 1,600 years, that's all it was, a story.
To understand what happened to Neapolis, we have to go back to that horrifying day. The earthquake near Crete was so powerful it literally lifted parts of the island by up to 10 meters. This violent upheaval of the seafloor created a massive wave that radiated across the Mediterranean. It wasn't just one wave, but a series of them, arriving without warning. In Alexandria, Egypt, the sea pulled back, exposing the harbor floor and stranding ships in the mud. Then it came roaring back, crashing over city walls and leaving a trail of death and destruction. The same nightmare unfolded on the coasts of Greece, Italy, and North Africa. Ammianus Marcellinus called it a day when the solid fabric of the earth was trembling and shaking. For Neapolis, a city whose lifeblood was the sea, this was a death blow. The tsunami would have annihilated its port, its factories, and its homes with unstoppable force. Buildings would have been torn from their foundations, and the entire city submerged in minutes. The city that had stood for centuries was erased from the map in a single day, its ruins sinking beneath the waves. The disaster left such a scar on the Roman psyche that some later writers saw it as a divine omen of the empire's own coming decline. Before the catastrophe, Neapolis was a gem of Roman Africa. It was wealthy, sophisticated, and a major commercial hub, and its fame and fortune were built on something pungent, a product that was a staple in every Roman kitchen and a luxury good across the empire: garum. Garum was a fermented fish sauce. Think of it as the Roman version of ketchup or soy sauce, but way more intense. It was made by packing fish, guts, blood, and all, into huge vats with salt and letting them ferment under the hot Mediterranean sun for months. The funky, savory liquid that was drained off was garum. It might not sound tasty to us, but Romans put it on everything. The highest quality garum could sell for prices that rivaled fine perfume. And Neapolis, it turns out, was a garum superpower. This was long suspected, but the discovery of the sunken ruins proved it. As lead archaeologist Munir Fantar said, the find established with certainty that Neapolis was a major center for the manufacture of garum and salt fish, probably the largest center in the Roman world. The scale of the operation was staggering. Archaeologists found around 100 massive tanks used for fermentation. This industrial-scale production would have made the city's elite incredibly rich. We can see their wealth in the ruins found on land, opulent villas decorated with stunning, detailed mosaics, now housed in the Naboul Museum. These artworks paint a picture of a cultured and prosperous society, all funded by smelly fish sauce. So how do you find a city that no one has seen since antiquity? The search began in 2010, when a joint Tunisian-Italian archaeological team, led by Munir Fantar of Tunisia's National Heritage Institute, set out to find the lost city. They focused their efforts in the Gulf of Hammamet, off the coast of the modern city of Naboul, which was built partially over the ancient settlement. For years they struggled. Underwater archaeology is incredibly difficult. Divers have to deal with poor visibility, shifting sands, and the constant pressure of the water. For 7 long years, the ruins remained elusive, its secrets kept by the same sea that had claimed it. Then, in the summer of 2017, the team got a break. The weather conditions became exceptionally favorable. Unusually calm seas gave the divers and their equipment the perfect window they needed. As they scanned a huge area of the seabed, the ghostly outlines of man-made structures began to emerge from the murky depths. It wasn't just a few scattered stones, it was a city. The site was immense, covering more than 20 hectares, or about 50 acres. As they explored this underwater world, they could make out paved streets, the foundations of monuments, and the outlines of buildings. It was a snapshot of a Roman city, frozen at the very moment of its destruction. And then they found the smoking gun, the garum factories. There, preserved on the seafloor, were the 100 large vats that confirmed the stories of Neapolis's economic might. Munir Fantar called it a major discovery, one that finally provided hard evidence for the historical accounts of the city's sudden disappearance. The discovery of Neapolis is about more than just finding lost ruins. It's about recovering a lost piece of history. The site gives us an incredible window into Roman urban life, sealed away by a single, catastrophic event. First, the ruins are stark physical proof of the 365 AD tsunami and its devastating power. The submerged streets of Neapolis are a haunting memorial to one of the ancient world's worst natural disasters. Second, the discovery changes our understanding of the Roman economy. We knew garum was important, but the industrial scale of the facilities at Neapolis is astonishing. It suggests the city was likely the single largest producer of this vital commodity in the Roman Empire. The city's incredible wealth is showcased by artifacts like the mosaics from the House of the Nymphs, which are now displayed at the Madol Museum. Finally, the story of Neapolis is a powerful reminder. It's a case study in how vulnerable coastal societies are to the forces of nature. As scientists study the seismic faults in the Mediterranean, some have estimated that an earthquake like the one in 365 AD could occur in the region roughly every 800 years, making the fate of Neapolis a chilling lesson from the past. For 1,600 years, Neapolis was a ghost, a city erased by the sea, its memory fading into legend. Today, it has been brought back to life. Its rediscovery is a triumph of modern archaeology and a testament to a team that refused to give up. The sunken streets of Neapolis tell a dramatic story of life, wealth, and sudden destruction. As archaeologists continue to explore this incredible underwater time capsule, who knows what other secrets they will bring to the surface. The lost city has been found, but its story is still being told.
What if an entire city, bustling with life, was flash frozen in time? Not by ice, but by the sea itself. Just a few meters beneath the waves, off the coast of southern Greece, lies Pavlopetri. It's not a few scattered ruins, it's a complete ghost town on the seabed. We can see its streets, its buildings, its courtyards, and its graves. But one question has haunted archaeologists ever since its discovery. What catastrophic event dragged this ancient metropolis to its watery end? This isn't the mythical Atlantis, this is real. While older submerged settlements exist, Pavlopetri is the oldest planned city ever found beneath the waves, with a complete urban layout. This is the story of that city, and we're about to piece together the clues to uncover what suddenly and violently destroyed it. Our story starts not in the Bronze Age, but in 1967. A marine geoarchaeologist named Nicholas Fleming was exploring the waters of Vatika Bay, and he wasn't looking for a lost city. But as he scanned the seabed, something impossible began to take shape. Just 4 meters down, he saw the unmistakable outlines of man-made structures. These weren't just random walls. They were organized, complex, and stretched out across the seafloor. He had stumbled upon a complete town. The next year, a team from the University of Cambridge arrived to map what Fleming had found.
Using simple hand tapes and a grid system, they painstakingly surveyed the site. What they charted was astonishing. At least 15 building complexes, some with up to 12 rooms each, arranged along clear streets. They found courtyards and 2 different kinds of tombs, painting the first picture of a society frozen in time. The initial discovery was groundbreaking, but the technology of the day could only reveal so much. For decades, Pavlopetri held its deepest secrets close. It was a ghost on the seafloor, its full story just out of reach.
Fast forward to the 21st century, the investigation into Pavlopetri was reborn, this time armed with technology the original discoverers could only dream of. In 2009, a major project led by the University of Nottingham brought in the heavy artillery of modern archaeology. They used advanced robotic survey equipment and sophisticated sonar mapping, essentially allowing them to digitally drain the ocean and see the city in unprecedented detail. The results were breathtaking. The new scans revealed the city was far larger than previously thought, now totaling nearly 50,000 square meters. Over 9,000 square meters of new buildings were discovered, including a massive hall that was likely a civic center. Using stereophotogrammetry, the team created a stunningly realistic 3D model of the entire site. For the first time, anyone could fly through the streets of Pavlopetri and see its layout as if the water had vanished. What this digital model shows is a masterclass in ancient urban planning. Pavlopetri wasn't a haphazard collection of huts. It was a sophisticated town with residential areas, public spaces, and what appears to be a complex water management system. It is the single most complete submerged city plan ever found. Because it sank and was never significantly rebuilt upon, it provides a unique snapshot of Bronze Age life, untouched by later civilizations. This unparalleled preservation is what makes Pavlopetri a true time capsule. So who were the people who walked these streets? The thousands of artifacts recovered from the seabed tell the story of a thriving commercial hub. Archaeologists have found an enormous amount of pottery, from simple tableware to massive clay storage jars, known as pithoi, imported from as far as Minoan Crete. This tells us the city was a key player in the vast trade networks of the Aegean. Its strategic location on what was then a peninsula made it a perfect harbor, a gateway for goods flowing between the mainland and the islands. The discovery of loom weights suggests a bustling textile industry, while stone tools and a bronze figurine point to skilled craftspeople living and working here. The earliest signs of life here date back to around 2800 BC, with the city flourishing for nearly 2,000 years.
It was a community of sailors, merchants, artisans, and farmers, with a population that may have peaked between 500 and 2,000 people. The city's different burial areas, grand chamber tombs, and simpler cist graves hint at a complex social structure. And then, around 1100 BC, it all came to an end. The bustling streets fell silent, and the city began its final journey into the sea. To solve the mystery of Pavlopetri's destruction, we have to think like detectives, examining the geological and archaeological clues left behind. The answer isn't one simple event, but a cascade of devastation. Clue number 1, the shaking earth. The most widely accepted theory points to a violent and familiar culprit in this part of the world: earthquakes. The region sits on a tectonically active fault line. Geologists believe a series of at least 3 powerful earthquakes struck the area around 1000 BC. But these quakes didn't just topple buildings, they caused something far more destructive: subsidence. The very land the city was built on dropped dramatically. For a coastal city, this is a death sentence. Each earthquake would have lowered the city closer to the sea, allowing catastrophic flooding. Clue number 2, the relentless rise. Compounding the earthquakes was a slower, more insidious threat: rising sea levels. Over the millennia that Pavlopetri was inhabited, the Mediterranean Sea was steadily rising. When the city was first built, it sat a couple of meters above sea level, but by around 1200 BC, that buffer had shrunk significantly, making it dangerously vulnerable. The sophisticated water channels found in the city might have been an attempt to manage this increasing threat, but it was a battle they were destined to lose. The rising water was a constant pressure, and the earthquakes provided the final fatal push. Clue number 3, the wall of water. Could a tsunami have delivered the final blow? It's a compelling theory. A major offshore earthquake of the kind known to happen in the region could have triggered a massive wave. A tsunami would explain the suddenness of the abandonment and the way the city appears frozen in time, sweeping over the already lowered coastline and burying the buildings in the sand and sediment that paradoxically helped preserve them. However, it's still a hypothesis, as scientists have yet to find the distinct sediment layer that a tsunami would have left behind.
Clue number 4, a fading world. There's one final piece to this puzzle, and it's a human one. Pavlopetri's demise coincides with a mysterious and turbulent period known as the Late Bronze Age collapse. Around this time, great civilizations across the eastern Mediterranean suddenly fell into ruin and trade networks disintegrated. It's possible these wider social and political changes had already weakened Pavlopetri. Perhaps its population was already dwindling, leaving a ghost town waiting for the sea to claim it. So what truly destroyed this ancient city? The scientific consensus points not to a single event, but to a perfect storm of destruction. The primary killers were a series of violent earthquakes that caused the land itself to sink dramatically. This sudden subsidence, happening in a world where sea levels were already steadily rising, put the city in an impossible position. It was likely hit by repeated flooding and perhaps even a final devastating tsunami that acted as the finishing blow. This combination of geological violence and long-term environmental change proved unstoppable. What took nearly 2,000 years to build was brought to ruin in a terrifyingly short span of time before being swallowed completely by the Mediterranean. Pavlopetri is more than just an ancient ruin. It is a stark reminder of the fragile relationship between human civilization and the forces of nature. Its story shows how even prosperous societies can be erased by a planet that is constantly in motion. The earthquakes, the rising sea, these are forces we still contend with today. Yet the very catastrophe that destroyed Pavlopetri also preserved it. Sheltered beneath the waves, its streets and buildings have survived for 3,000 years, offering us an unparalleled window into a lost world. It allows us to walk the streets of a Bronze Age city and understand its people, its economy, and its place in the ancient world. Today, efforts are being made to protect this incredible site from new threats like pollution from passing ships and damage from anchors. Greece has even created underwater routes for swimmers and snorkelers to experience the magic of the site firsthand, turning it into a unique eco-archaeological park. Pavlopetri's story is a profound one. It's a tale of innovation, ambition, and a vibrant society. But it's also a humbling lesson written in stone on the seabed about how suddenly a world can vanish beneath the waves, leaving behind only a beautiful, silent ghost of what once was.
The Pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, the great cities of ancient Sumer. For most of us, these are the landmarks of our past, the story of civilization we've all been told. The conventional timeline says the first complex settlements, like Eridu, popped up in Mesopotamia around 5400 BCE, with the first true cities like Uruk emerging a bit later, around 4000 to 3500 BCE. That's the history written in our textbooks. But what if that whole timeline is off? What if the real cradle of civilization isn't on dry land at all? What if, 120 feet beneath the waves, a single accidental discovery is threatening to tear up our history books and make us question everything we thought we knew? Because back in 2000, off the coast of India, scientists stumbled onto something that just shouldn't exist. Something so old and apparently so advanced, it has sparked a bitter debate that's been raging for over 2 decades. It's a discovery that, if it's ever proven true, would mean advanced human societies existed thousands of years earlier than we ever dreamed possible. This is the story of a potential lost city that could completely rewrite the story of humanity. It all started as just another day at the office. In December 2000, India's National Institute of Ocean Technology, or NIOT, was mapping the seabed in the Gulf of Khambhat. They weren't looking for ancient history, they were studying marine pollution. But as their sonar equipment painted a picture of the seafloor, something impossible started to take shape on their screens. Down beneath 120 feet of murky, turbulent water were vast geometric patterns. These were not the random, messy shapes of nature. The sonar seemed to reveal enormous, regularly spaced structures, what looked like massive walls and grid-like layouts that stretched for over 5 miles. It had all the hallmarks of a massive urban complex sitting on the bottom of the ocean.
The discovery was mind-boggling. This wasn't just a few buildings, the site was huge. The initial images suggested the foundations of massive structures running along the banks of an ancient, now submerged river. The NIOT team knew they were on to something big. The finding was so shocking that some people at first dismissed it as a computer glitch, but the patterns were too clear, too persistent, so they went back for a closer look. And what they found next would not only confirm their suspicions, but ignite one of the fiercest debates in modern archaeology. To figure out what was really down there, the NIOT team had to get their hands on physical proof. They started the tough process of dredging the site, pulling up samples from the deep. What came to the surface was a treasure trove of artifacts that seemed to point to a sophisticated human settlement. They found thousands of pieces of pottery, beads, and fragments of sculpture. They recovered small stone tools and materials that looked like they came from ancient hearths, hinting at the presence of fire. But the most explosive find was a single piece of wood dragged up from the site. This chunk of timber was sent for radiocarbon dating to determine its age. When the results came back, they were unbelievable. 2 different labs confirmed the date. The wood was about 9,500 years old. Let that sink in for a moment. 9,500 years.
That single date threatened to shatter our entire timeline of civilization. Remember the great cities of Mesopotamia? They date to around 4,000 to 3,500 BCE. The Egyptian pyramids? Built around 2,500 BCE. If this piece of wood was actually part of the city's construction, it would suggest a civilization more than 5,000 years older than any of them. It would mean that when the first stones of the pyramids were being laid, this city had already been lost to the sea for thousands of years. Proponents of the discovery, like NIOT's chief geologist, suggested this could be a mother culture that predated the Great Indus Valley Civilization. The implications were just breathtaking. The announcement of a 9,500-year-old city didn't just make waves in the academic community, it created a tsunami of skepticism. Mainstream archaeologists immediately pumped the brakes, raising serious red flags about almost every part of the discovery, and their criticisms are powerful. First and biggest of all is the dating. That 9,500-year-old date comes from one single piece of wood. Critics point out that in a place like the Gulf of Khambhat, which has powerful currents and is fed by major rivers, a piece of wood could have easily washed down from anywhere and settled on the site. As sea levels rose after the last ice age, entire forests were swallowed by the ocean, so finding ancient wood isn't uncommon. There's simply no definitive proof that the wood is connected to the structures. The second major problem is how the artifacts were collected by dredging. Think of it like scooping up random handfuls of material from the seafloor. This is the opposite of a controlled archaeological dig, where every layer is carefully removed to see how artifacts relate to each other. With dredging, objects from thousands of years apart, washed in from all over the region, could get jumbled together. This makes it almost impossible to prove the artifacts actually belong to the so-called city. And finally, there's the city itself. Some geologists argue that the geometric shapes seen on sonar could just be natural rock formations created by the area's strong currents and geology. The whole region is tectonically active, which can create sharp, regular-looking patterns on the seafloor.
Until a submersible or a team of divers can physically examine these structures up close and perform a real excavation, no one can be certain they're man-made.
Because of all this, the mainstream archaeological view is that the evidence for a 9,500-year-old city is inconclusive and highly controversial. They argue that while it's an intriguing lead, the claims just aren't backed by the rigorous proof needed to overturn a century of established history. So where does that leave us? On one side, you have proponents who see clear evidence of a revolutionary find. On the other, you have a scientific establishment demanding a much higher standard of proof. The Gulf of Khambhat cultural complex, as its supporters call it, isn't a confirmed city, but an unproven and fascinating anomaly. But for a minute, let's just ask, what if? What if the proponents are right? What would that mean? First, it would force us to completely rethink world history. It would suggest that large, organized urban living didn't start in Mesopotamia, but possibly on the Indian subcontinent thousands of years earlier. It would mean that while most of humanity was thought to be living in small hunter-gatherer groups, at least one society had already mastered large-scale architecture and social organization. This would be a monumental leap. We know that incredible construction was happening at this time. The site of Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey is dated to around 9600 BCE and proves that hunter-gatherers could build sophisticated stone temples. But Göbekli Tepe is not a city. There's no evidence of large-scale housing or daily life. A city like the one claimed for Khambhat would be on a whole different level. Plus, the timing of the site's submergence fits perfectly with the end of the last ice age. About 10,000 years ago, the world's ice caps melted, causing global sea levels to rise by hundreds of feet. Is it possible that the countless flood myths found in cultures across the globe are a kind of distant cultural memory of real events, like the one that might have drowned this very site? After more than 2 decades, the mystery of the Gulf of Khambhat is still unsolved. The turbulent, muddy water makes a full-scale underwater excavation incredibly difficult and expensive. Without one, the debate is frozen in time. The sonar images hint at a metropolis. The artifacts suggest a deep history. But the final, conclusive proof remains just out of reach, buried under 120 feet of water and sediment. This isn't the lost city of Atlantis. It is not definitive proof that our history books are wrong, but it is a profound and deeply unsettling anomaly. It's a huge question mark hanging over the very beginning of our story, forcing us to ask, what else don't we know about our past? If a city of this scale could exist and then vanish beneath the waves, only to be found by accident, how many others might still be out there, waiting in the depths? And what other secrets about our ancient world have we yet to uncover? The answers are still down there, waiting. In 1986, a nasty drought in Israel caused the Sea of Galilee to shrink, and as the waters pulled back, they revealed an echo from the past. 2 brothers from a local kibbutz were walking the newly exposed shoreline when they spotted the faint outline of a boat buried in the mud. What they'd found was a ghost, a 2,000-year-old vessel preserved in a muddy cocoon for 2 millennia. This was the exact kind of boat that would have been a common sight to Jesus and his disciples. Radiocarbon dating and pottery found nearby confirmed it sailed sometime between the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD. But as archaeologists began a frantic 12-day race against the weather to excavate the fragile hull, a strange mystery came to light. The boat hadn't been wrecked in a storm or lost in some naval battle. No, it had been intentionally and methodically stripped of every single usable part: its mast, its oars, its anchor. Only then was the useless hull pushed out to sink into the lake bed. But why? Why would anyone in an age of scarcity destroy one of their most valuable tools? The answer pulls us into the turbulent and violent history of ancient Galilee, and it reveals a profoundly human story of desperation, survival, and what might have been a final defiant act. The discovery itself was a small miracle. The brothers Moshe and Yufal Lufin had spent their lives on the sea where their family had fished for generations, always hoping to find a boat from this era. When they reported their find, a team of archaeologists and volunteers scrambled to the site, knowing just how important it was. The operation to save the boat was a desperate fight against the elements. The ancient waterlogged timbers were as soft as wet cardboard and threatened to fall apart just from being exposed to the air. For 11 days and nights, the team worked around the clock, constantly spraying the wood with water while a shelter blocked the sun. And then the irony hit. As they fought to save the boat from the water, a sudden rainstorm threatened to raise the lake level and swallow their prize. A modern reminder of the wild conditions ancient fishermen dealt with every day. To move the fragile structure, they had to encase it in a custom cocoon of fiberglass and polyurethane foam, which allowed it to be floated to a special conservation facility. It would spend the next 11 years submerged in a bath of synthetic wax, a process that slowly stabilized the wood so it could one day be displayed.
Inside and around the boat, archaeologists found clues that placed it in a specific moment in time. A simple clay cooking pot and an oil lamp, both typical of the early Roman period in Galilee. The boat itself was about 27 feet long and 7.5 feet wide, big enough for a crew of 5 and maybe a dozen passengers. It was a workhorse, a standard fishing and transport boat for its time. But as the archaeologists looked closer at how it was built, the boat began to tell a story not just of its time, but of real hardship. The boat's very bones screamed scarcity. It was a Frankenstein's monster of a vessel, patched together with at least 10 different kinds of wood. The main planks were cedar and the frames were oak, sure, but the builder had also used scraps of pine, jujube, willow, and hawthorn, whatever they could get their hands on. This wasn't the work of a master craftsman with a choice of fine materials. This was the work of someone doing whatever it took to keep their livelihood afloat. The evidence of repeated heavy repairs showed this boat had a long, hard life, maybe serving for decades. It was used until it was simply beyond fixing. This fits with what we know about first century Galilee. For the common people, the rural folk Jesus ministered to, resources were stretched dangerously thin. But that still didn't explain the final act. The most telling clues were what was missing. The boat had been systematically cannibalized. Its mast, rigging, anchor, and any other piece of wood that could be reused were carefully removed. This was a deliberate, painstaking process. Before hardware stores, every piece of seasoned wood, every nail was precious. This wasn't a chaotic shipwreck, this was an orderly decommissioning. It's possible the site was even an ancient boatyard, where old vessels were stripped for parts before their worthless hulls were dumped in the lake.
So we have two clear facts. The owners were poor and resourceful, and they got rid of their boat on purpose. But the historical context of first century Galilee hints at a motive far more gripping than just routine recycling. The boat's final years just happened to line up with one of the most violent periods in the region's history. To understand why they sank the boat, we have to zoom out from the artifact and look at the world it lived in. First century Galilee was a powder keg. Under Roman occupation, it was a land of simmering anger, crushing taxes, and explosive clashes between Jewish rebels and Roman authorities. That anger finally boiled over in 66 AD with the start of the First Jewish Revolt, a full-blown rebellion against the might of the Roman Empire. Emperor Nero sent his best general, Vespasian, to crush it. In the year 67 AD, Vespasian and his son, Titus, marched their legions, some 60,000 soldiers, into Galilee. The Jewish forces there were led by a man who would later become a famous historian, Josephus Flavius. After being captured, Josephus wrote The Jewish War, which is our main and often only source for the brutal events that followed. Josephus describes a Galilee ripped apart by violence. Cities were besieged, their people massacred, and crucially, he details a naval battle on the Sea of Galilee, right next to a town called Madol, the very area where the boat was found 2,000 years later. Jewish rebels, many of them fishermen, used their everyday fishing boats for a desperate, doomed attack against the Romans. Josephus, who might have even seen the battle, describes a horror show. The Romans, using purpose-built rafts, easily surrounded and destroyed the Jewish fishing boats. It was a slaughter. He wrote that the Romans killed any Jew who tried to surface for air, and that the lake turned red with blood, choked with wrecked ships and the bodies of the dead. In the end, thousands of prisoners were executed or sold into slavery. It was a total, devastating defeat for the Galilean rebels.
This is where the archaeology and the history line up, giving us the most powerful explanation for the boat's fate. It wasn't just taken out of service, it was sunk in the shadow of war. And this leaves us with two possible stories, both born from the same desperate times. The first and most dramatic is that this boat was a veteran of that lost war. It could have been one of the few rebel boats that survived the battle near Madol, limping back to shore, battered and broken. For its owners, fishermen turned freedom fighters, the revolt was over. With victorious Roman legions on their way, they would have stripped their crippled boat of every piece of wood that could be used for a fire, to fix a home, or maybe even to make a weapon. Sinking the hull would be the final step, a way to hide the evidence of their role in the rebellion, or maybe a symbolic burial for their lost cause. The second story is quieter but just as heartbreaking. Perhaps the boat was simply too old and frail to join the fight, or its owners weren't rebels at all. But in the chaos and economic ruin that followed the Roman conquests, their faithful boat finally gave out. In a world shattered by war, resources would have been scarcer than ever. The logic of carefully recycling every last part of their most valuable possession would have been overwhelming. The boat was their livelihood, and when it died, its parts could help their family survive just a little bit longer. Sinking the hull was simply the quiet end to a long life of service, a private tragedy set against a backdrop of public catastrophe. In the end, both theories point to the same grim reality. The extreme scarcity we see in the boat's many repairs, combined with the brutal history of the first Jewish revolt, paints a clear picture. Whether it was a direct casualty of war or an indirect victim of the chaos that followed, the boat was sunk by people in a desperate situation. The act of sinking it was one of finality, driven by the cold calculus of survival in a world turned upside down.
So why do we call it the Jesus boat? Let's be clear, there is absolutely no evidence that Jesus or his disciples ever set foot on this specific vessel. But that nickname has stuck for a good reason. The boat dates precisely to the time of Jesus' ministry in Galilee. It is the exact type of boat that he and his followers, many of them fishermen from these shores, would have used every day. This discovery is so much more than an archaeological curiosity. It's a tangible link to the world described in the Gospels, a physical object that closes a 2,000-year gap. When we read about Jesus calming a storm or teaching from a boat, we can now picture this very craft. It pulls those stories off the page and into a three-dimensional, historical reality. The Galilee boat is a time capsule, not for a king or an emperor, but for the ordinary people of first-century Galilee. It tells a story of their craftsmanship, their economic struggles, and their resilience. It's a silent witness to their lives, their work, and ultimately their suffering during one of the most violent chapters of their history. The decision to sink it wasn't just about throwing something away. It was a choice loaded with the weight of history, an act of pragmatism, desperation, and maybe, just maybe, a final, quiet act of defiance. The story of the Sea of Galilee boat is really the story of its ending. It wasn't lost to the waves, but was carefully retired by its owners. The evidence etched into its timbers tells of a long life of hard work and constant repair, while a brutal war provides the most likely reason for it being deliberately sunk. It's a powerful reminder that the grand, sweeping narratives of history are really just the collection of millions of individual human lives. In the careful dismantling of this one humble fishing boat, we can almost hear the faint, 2,000-year-old echo of a family or a community making a hard choice in a desperate time, a choice that accidentally preserved their story for us to find. What if I told you there was a lost city, older than parts of Venice, built not on solid ground but on a fragile coral reef in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean? A city made of massive volcanic pillars, some weighing up to 50 tons, built by a civilization that had no wheels, no metal tools, and no written language. Locals will tell you it was built by magic. Archaeologists call it an impossible feat of engineering. This is the story of Nan Madol, a ghost city of stone and water, a place that just shouldn't exist. And today, we're going to explore its crumbling palaces and look beneath the waves to uncover the secrets of its lost civilization. Out in the remote Caroline Islands on the edge of Pompeii in Micronesia lies a sprawling city of ruins that has baffled explorers for centuries. This is Nan Madol. The name itself means in the spaces between, a haunting reference to the network of tidal canals that act as its streets. It's a fitting name for a city that seems to float on water, a spectral metropolis that's earned the nickname the Venice of the Pacific. But this isn't just any city. Nan Madol is a collection of nearly 100 artificial islets, islands built by hand from colossal basalt stones and coral boulders, painstakingly erected on top of a submerged reef. It's the only ancient city on Earth built this way. For centuries, it was the political and religious heart of a mysterious dynasty, a ceremonial center teeming with high-ranking priests and nobles. The scale is just staggering. The core site covers nearly 200 acres, a maze of tombs, temples, and royal homes, all shielded from the Pacific's fury by massive seawalls. Its most impressive structure, a royal tomb called Nanduwas, has walls soaring 25 feet into the sky, built from stones so heavy it's hard to wrap your head around how they were ever lifted. Yet somehow they were. This was a city designed to project power, to inspire awe, and to stand as a monument to the gods and the kings who ruled in their name.
To understand Nan Madol, you have to understand the rulers who commanded its creation, the Saudalur dynasty. According to Pohnpeian tradition, the Saudalur were outsiders, a line of god-kings who arrived on the island around the 12th or 13th century and united its people under a single absolute rule. For nearly 500 years, they were the undisputed masters of Pohnpei. Legend says the dynasty began with two brothers, the sorcerers Olisipa and Olosopa. They were said to be much taller than the native Pohnpeians, and they arrived in a great canoe, looking for a place to build an altar to their god of agriculture. After a few false starts, they founded Nan Madol, supposedly using their magic to build a place of worship. When Olisipa passed on, Olosopa became the first Saudalur, starting a line of rulers who were seen as both kings and living gods. From their capital at Nan Madol, they controlled every part of life. The land, its resources, and all the people belonged to them. Commoners were forced to give tribute in the form of fish and fruit, a system that reportedly grew more and more oppressive over time. Some stories even speak of tyrannical rulers who practiced cannibalism and made impossible demands, creating deep resentment among the people they ruled. Nan Madol wasn't just a city, it was the ultimate fortress of power, built to separate the divine rulers from the people they governed. This brings us to the biggest, most baffling question of all. How in the world was Nan Madol actually built? The engineering here defies any simple explanation. The builders quarried enormous columns of prismatic basalt from a volcanic site on the other side of Pohnpei, some 25 miles away. They then had to transport these stones,
weighing an average of 5 tons, with the largest tipping the scales at a mind-boggling 50 tons, across rugged land and open water. It's estimated that a grand total of 750,000 metric tons of basalt were used to build the city. To put that in perspective, that's like moving thousands of elephants' worth of stone without the help of wheels, pulleys, or metal tools. Once the stones got there, they were stacked in a complex crisscross pattern, a technique known as header-stretcher construction. They didn't use any mortar or concrete. The city's incredible stability comes purely from the precise placement and immense weight of these interlocking logs with coral rubble filling the gaps. Just think about the logistics, the coordination, the manpower, the sheer brute force needed over centuries is almost impossible to comprehend. Archaeologists think they used rafts and complex leverage systems, but the exact methods remain one of history's greatest engineering mysteries, placing Madol right alongside the pyramids of Giza and Stonehenge as a monument to ancient human ingenuity. When you're faced with a feat this impossible, the explanations tend to split into myth, science, and wild speculation. The oldest explanation comes directly from Pohnpeian oral history. The legends are clear. The twin sorcerers didn't use brute force. They used magic to make the giant basalt columns fly into place. To this day, many locals believe supernatural forces were the true architects of Madol, because no other answer seems to fit. Mainstream archaeology, of course, searches for more earthly answers. The leading scientific theory is that it was a triumph of human effort. Generations of Pohnpeians working under the command of the Saudeler could have used huge rafts to float the basalt logs during high tide. Many believe the builders had a deep understanding of water dynamics, using tides and channels to help maneuver the stones into position. With enough rope, rollers, and manpower, it was theoretically possible, but possible hardly captures the incredible difficulty. It would have been a monumental, centuries-long project requiring near-perfect organization. Then you have the more fringe theories. Some speculate that the builders had a lost technology, maybe a form of acoustic levitation. There are also persistent, though unproven tales of giant bones being found in tombs, fueling ideas of a different race of builders. Underwater surveys have searched for a larger submerged city, but so far have only found what appear to be discarded building materials and natural coral formations, not a Micronesian Atlantis. The mystery endures because every theory, from magic to manpower, struggles to fully explain the incredible reality of what still stands on that reef today. For all its grandeur, Madol was eventually abandoned. The powerful Saudeler dynasty, after centuries of rule, finally came to an end. Oral traditions tell of a warrior hero named Isake Lekel, who came from the neighboring island of Khosrae. He reportedly led an army that overthrew the last tyrannical Saudeler king and established a new, more decentralized way of governing. With the god kings gone, the ceremonial and political heart of Pompeii was no longer needed, and Madol's importance simply faded away. But there were likely more practical reasons for its abandonment. Life on these artificial islands was incredibly tough. The city had no fresh water and no space to grow crops. Everything, from drinking water to food, had to be ferried in from the main island of Ponte. This made the city extremely vulnerable. Recent scientific research also offers another compelling theory: climate change. Studies of the site suggest that a period of rising sea levels and intense storms may have threatened the city's very foundations, making it harder and harder to maintain and ultimately contributing to its collapse. The city built to command the sea may have, in the end, been reclaimed by it. Today, Madol is a silent, haunting ruin, overgrown with mangroves and slowly being worn down by the relentless tide. It's a shadow of its former self. In 2016, its profound importance and fragile state were recognized when it was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in danger. Silt is clogging the ancient canals, and the very coral foundations are being undermined by the sea, threatening to bring the magnificent basalt walls crashing down. The spaces between are filling in, and there's a very real fear that this wonder of the ancient world could be lost forever. Preservation efforts are underway, involving international organizations and local leaders who hold traditional authority over the site. For them, Madol is not just a ruin, it is a sacred link to their ancestors, a living piece of their history. The challenge is immense. How do you protect this ancient marvel from the modern threats of climate change and decay without disturbing the spirits that are still said to linger among the stones? Madol remains an anomaly, a breathtaking feat of engineering and ambition that continues to guard its secrets. It's a city of ghosts and kings, of magic and manpower. It stands as a powerful testament to a lost Pacific culture, proving that sophisticated, monumental civilizations could arise in the most remote corners of our world. How did they move those stones? Why did they build their capital on a reef? Maybe we'll never have all the answers. And perhaps that's the enduring power of Madol. It forces us to wonder, to question the limits of what's possible, and to stand in awe of a mystery written in stone and water. A Pacific Stonehenge still waiting for its secrets to be unlocked. What if one of the world's greatest myths wasn't a myth at all? What if it was a memory of a real city built by a god and then swallowed by the sea? Off the coast of India, that's the very question being asked. For thousands of years, the story of Dwarka, the legendary kingdom of Lord Krishna, was considered pure folklore. But now, strange discoveries beneath the waves are forcing us to take a second look. Could these submerged ruins really be the golden city from the ancient tales? Let's explore the mystery of India's real-life Atlantis. First, you need to know the story. According to ancient epic texts like the Mahabharata, Dwarka was the incredible capital city founded by Lord Krishna. The legend says he asked the sea itself for a piece of land, and on that reclaimed territory, a divine city was built. And this wasn't just any city. The scriptures paint a picture of a golden city, a masterpiece of planning with massive walls, gleaming with gold, silver, and other jewels. It was a place of unbelievable wealth, filled with grand palaces and gardens. It was so secure and well-regulated that citizens were supposedly given seals to control who came in and out. For a time, it was the very center of the world. But like all golden ages, it had to end. The legends speak of a terrible war and a powerful curse that followed. After Lord Krishna departed from the earth, the city's divine protection vanished. The story goes that on the very same day, the Arabian Sea, which had once gifted the land for the city, violently took it back. The ocean poured into the streets, swallowing the gilded palaces and stunning temples. In a flash, the glorious city was gone, leaving only its name behind. This event was said to be the end of one cosmic age, the Dwapara Yuga, and the start of our own, the Kali Yuga. For millennia, that's where the story concluded, a powerful myth about divine power and tragic loss. So, is any of it true? In the 20th century, a handful of pioneering archaeologists decided to find out. The first real dig started around the 1960s, but it was the work of Dr. S.R. Rao and his team from India's National Institute of Oceanography in the 1980s that really changed the game. They led a series of underwater expeditions off the coast of the modern city of Dwarka in Gujarat, the very place the legends pointed to. What they started finding was incredible. Just a short distance from the shore, they discovered evidence of what looked like a massive, organized town buried under the waves. The ancient myth was about to go head-to-head with modern science. The discoveries were staggering. Underwater teams documented huge stone blocks, pillars, and fortified foundations, all suggesting a well-planned ancient city submerged, just as the legends claimed. Even more importantly, they found artifacts that hinted at a major port city.
divers recovered numerous stone anchors, which led Dr. Rao to argue that Dwarka was once a major hub for maritime trade. Pottery, beads, and even inscribed copper objects were brought to the surface. Based on these findings, Dr. Rao made a bold claim. He believed he had found Krishna's Dwarka, dating back to around 1500 to 1700 BC, a time that could overlap with the era of the Mahabharata. In his view, the discovery had turned myth into history. However, it's not that simple, and not everyone is convinced. While most experts agree that a significant ancient port city existed here, the direct link to Krishna's Dwarka is still a hot debate. Skeptics point out that the dating of the site is tricky. The ruins span a huge range of time, from the late Harappan period to the Middle Ages, making it hard to connect them to a single event like the Mahabharata.
Some experts have also questioned Dr. Rao's interpretations, suggesting that some structures could be natural rock formations, or that artifacts like the stone anchors might actually be from much later medieval periods. The mystery is far from solved, and the Archaeological Survey of India has recently launched new expeditions using modern tech to get a clearer picture. The waters off the Dwarka coast are hiding a major secret. Deep beneath the surface lie the ruins of an ancient city, proof that early Indian civilizations had advanced knowledge of city building and sea trade. We have the legend of a golden city built by a god, and we have the ruins of a powerful port that was lost to the sea. But are they the same place? Do these submerged walls prove the historical truth behind one of humanity's greatest stories? For now, Dwarka is both a sacred pilgrimage site and a profound archaeological puzzle.
What if one of humanity's oldest stories, a story most people dismiss as a myth, has a real historical event at its core? For thousands of years, the tale of a great world-ending flood has been passed down through generations. It's a powerful story, but one generally considered a fable. But what if there's a kernel of truth to it? Deep beneath the dark, still waters of the Black Sea, an incredible discovery has forced scientists to look again at this ancient legend. We're talking about a fleet of perfectly preserved ghost ships, time capsules from a lost world. Their pristine condition points to a unique, deadly environment at the bottom of the sea, which in turn has given new life to a controversial theory about a single, cataclysmic event, a massive, rapid flood. Could this event, which permanently changed the Black Sea, be the historical seed for the legend of the Great Flood? We're going to dive into the evidence, the theories, and the fierce debate. More than a mile beneath the waves off the coast of Bulgaria, there's a scene that archaeologists thought they'd only ever see in stories. It's a shipwreck graveyard. But forget splintered, decaying timbers. These are ghost ships, looking as if they sank yesterday. In 2018, the Black Sea Maritime Archaeology Project, or Black Sea MAP, sent a remote-operated vehicle into these dark waters and found something breathtaking. It was a 75-foot-long Greek merchant vessel, lying on its side. Its mast was still standing, its rudders were in place, and even the rowing benches were intact. Scientists from the University of Southampton carbon dated a small piece of the ship, and the results were stunning. The vessel was over 2,400 years old, making it the oldest intact shipwreck ever discovered.
John Adams, the project's lead investigator, said, "A ship surviving intact from the classical world is something I would never have believed possible." And he was right to be shocked. In any other ocean, a wooden ship that old would have been devoured by marine life and torn apart by currents centuries ago. Yet here it was, looking like it sailed right off the side of an ancient Greek vase. In fact, it's a near-perfect match for the ship depicted on the famous Siren vase in the British Museum, which shows Odysseus tied to the mast. And it wasn't alone. The expedition found over 65 shipwrecks, a lost fleet telling 2,500 years of history. They found Roman trading vessels, their cargo of amphorae still sealed, Byzantine warships, and 17th century Cossack raiding ships. On some, you can still see the original tool marks on the timbers and coils of rope on the deck. But this incredible discovery raised an even bigger question. How is it possible for these ships to be so perfectly preserved? The answer isn't about the ships themselves, but the unique, deadly nature of the sea that holds them. The Black Sea is unlike almost any other body of water on Earth. Think of it as a layered cake. The top layer, down to about 150 meters, is familiar seawater full of life. But below that, something changes dramatically. The water becomes completely anoxic. It has zero oxygen. This oxygen-free zone is a death trap for most living things. The wood-eating organisms that would normally make a meal out of a sunken ship can't survive there. So any vessel that sinks deep enough into the Black Sea is essentially sealed in a time capsule, protected from decay for thousands of years. This anoxic layer is the secret to the ghost ship's incredible preservation.
Scientists have known about this anoxic layer for a long time, but seeing this perfectly preserved fleet brought a new focus to an old question. How did the Black Sea get this way? The investigation into that question led to a theory that could reframe our understanding of ancient history, a theory of a flood so immense it almost defies belief. In the late 1990s, two Columbia University geologists, William Ryan and Walter Pittman, introduced a radical idea, the Black Sea Deluge hypothesis. Their research suggested that thousands of years ago, the Black Sea wasn't a sea at all. It was a huge, isolated, freshwater lake that sat far below the level of the Mediterranean Sea. A natural land bridge, where Turkey's Bosporus Strait is today, acted like a dam, holding back the salt water of the Mediterranean. But as the last ice age ended, glaciers melted and sea levels across the world rose. Ryan and Pittman proposed that around 7,600 years ago, the rising Mediterranean finally crested that dam. Their initial theory described a catastrophic failure. Water poured through the breach with the force of 200 Niagara Falls, causing the Black Sea's level to rise by as much as 6 inches a day. Every day, the shoreline would have raced inland, swallowing everything in its path. This wasn't just a flood, it was a deluge that fundamentally changed the water's chemistry, creating the deep anoxic layer we see today. Famed explorer Robert Ballard, who discovered the Titanic, led expeditions to test this idea. His team found what they believed was compelling evidence, an ancient submerged shoreline hundreds of feet below the current surface, along with shells of extinct freshwater mollusks. They also discovered what they identified as remains of human settlements, including structures they identified as wattle and daub preserved in the mud. The timing of this proposed event is key. The Black Sea Deluge, as first described by Ryan and Pittman, would have happened around 5600 BCE. This date got a lot of people excited because it aligns with the general time frame for the cultural memory that could have eventually become the story of Noah's Ark and even earlier Mesopotamian flood stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh.
The theory suggests that the terrifying, unstoppable flood would have displaced countless people living around the fertile freshwater lake. These survivors, fleeing in all directions, would have carried the traumatic memory of their world being swallowed by the sea. Proponents of the hypothesis ask, could this collective trauma, passed down through generations, be the historical seed of the Great Flood narrative? The story of an angry god sending a world-ending flood with one family surviving on a boat is a powerful myth found in cultures all over the world. Advocates for the deluge hypothesis argue this isn't a coincidence, but a memory. The story may have been embellished over time, a regional catastrophic flood remembered as a global one, but the core of the event, a civilization-destroying flood, remained. In this light, the ghost ships take on a new meaning.
While they sank thousands of years after the proposed flood, their perfect preservation is a direct result of the deadly anoxic environment that the deluge theory seeks to explain. Of course, a theory this grand and dramatic is bound to have its critics, and the Black Sea deluge hypothesis is fiercely debated. While most scientists agree that a major flooding event occurred, they clash over its speed and scale. A growing body of research suggests the transition from a freshwater lake to a saltwater sea was far more gradual, happening over many decades or even centuries, not in a single violent event. Some studies of the geology of the seafloor found no evidence for a catastrophic, high-velocity flow of water. In this view, settlements were submerged, but people may have had generations to adapt and move. Critics also correctly point out that even the most dramatic version of the Black Sea flood was a regional event, not a global one that covered the highest mountains as described in Genesis. Flood myths exist in cultures far from the Black Sea, like in the Americas and Australia, which can't be explained by this single event. Furthermore, Robert Ballard's claims of finding man-made structures are not universally accepted by all archaeologists.
This scientific skepticism is healthy. The core facts that the Black Sea was once a freshwater lake and that ancient shorelines were flooded are largely undisputed. The debate is over how it happened, but the ghost ships remain, perfectly preserved, waiting for the final verdict. So, what can we say for certain? We know that a fleet of ghost ships rests deep in the Black Sea, preserved in a way found nowhere else on Earth. We know this is only possible because the deep water is a lifeless, oxygen-free zone. And we have strong evidence that this deadly environment was created when saltwater from the Mediterranean poured in, transforming a freshwater lake and drowning an ancient landscape. Does this discovery prove that the biblical Great Flood actually happened? The short answer is no. The biblical story is a matter of faith, and this was a regional, not global event. But what the science does suggest is that a real, terrifying, and memorable flood of epic proportions likely occurred right around the time and place where the flood myths of the ancient Near East may have originated. It doesn't prove the myth, but it gives the myth a plausible, historical anchor. It reminds us that sometimes the most enduring legends are not just stories. They are the echoes of real events, of real human trauma and survival. And it leaves us with a tantalizing question. If the Great Flood might be rooted in a real event, what other ancient myths are just waiting for the right discovery to bring them back to life?
Deep in the Atlantic Ocean, there's a chain of volcanic islands bursting with breathtaking beauty and profound mystery, the Azores. For centuries, people have whispered their name in the same breath as the greatest maritime legend of all time, the lost city of Atlantis. Most wrote it off as a tall tale, but in 2013, a strange discovery threatened to drag that myth out of the sea and into reality. It all started when a local sailor, Diocleciano Silva, was hunting for good fishing spots between the islands of San Miguel and Terceira. He was watching his sonar when a reading came back that was anything but ordinary. A massive, perfectly shaped pyramid appeared on his screen, a structure that could have been hidden for millennia. The question that immediately sparked a firestorm of debate was unavoidable. Was this just a bizarre trick of nature, or the first real proof of a lost ancient civilization? Diocleciano Silva's accidental find had all the makings of a history-changing moment. His equipment, which maps the seafloor, picked up a colossal underwater object. The data was stunning. The structure was reported to be about 60 meters high, with a huge base covering 8,000 square meters. But it wasn't just the size that was so shocking, it was the shape. Silva reported a structure that appeared to be a perfect square. What really turned heads was his claim that its four faces were almost perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. This is a famous feature of some of the world's most iconic ancient monuments, including the Great Pyramids of Giza. And here it was, a shape that seemed to defy natural explanation, submerged under 40 meters of ocean. The news caused a stir in Portuguese media and soon spread to mystery lovers across the globe. Had Silva found a temple? A tomb? Something else entirely? The Portuguese Navy's Hydrographic Institute was quickly brought in to investigate and figure out if this was a genuine artifact or just a geological fluke. But it was the location itself that really fanned the flames, connecting this modern discovery to a very ancient legend.
The Azores have long been a top candidate for the location of Atlantis. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato described Atlantis as a powerful naval civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what most historians now call the Strait of Gibraltar. He wrote that in a single day and night of disaster, this advanced society vanished into the sea. Sitting far west of Portugal, the Azores are right in the region Plato described. These 9 islands are actually the peaks of massive underwater mountains along the mid-Atlantic ridge, a hotspot for volcanic and tectonic activity. For those who believe the legend, the Azores aren't just islands. They're the last visible mountaintops of a sunken continent. So, when Diocleciano Silva announced he'd found a giant, perfectly formed pyramid on the seafloor right there, it felt like the ultimate "I told you so." It fit the story perfectly: an advanced civilization, a cataclysmic event, and a forgotten structure just waiting to be rediscovered. The discovery didn't just revive the Atlantis theory, it also brought up stories of other ancient mariners who might have built such a monument. But this powerful legend was about to clash with the cold, hard facts of a scientific investigation. When the Portuguese Navy and its Hydrographic Institute looked into the anomaly, the excitement was quickly met with scientific skepticism. Geologically speaking, the Azores are one of the most dynamic places on Earth, sitting where 3 massive tectonic plates grind against each other. This means one thing: volcanoes. A lot of them. The official scientific opinion is that the pyramid is a natural formation. The Navy suggested that what Silva detected was likely the de João de Castro Bank, a well-known submarine volcano in that exact spot. Underwater volcanoes can create pyramid-like mounds as lava cools and builds up. Over time, natural fractures and erosion from deep-sea currents can easily create features that look like flat sides and sharp edges.
Furthermore, officials pointed out that Silva's sonar equipment might not have been high-resolution enough, which could make a rounded natural volcanic hill appear artificially sharp and symmetrical on screen. Researchers at the University of Azores, after reviewing the data, were blunt. They said the pyramid didn't exist and was the result of incorrect readings. To this day, no peer-reviewed scientific paper has ever confirmed the structure is man-made. The scientific consensus leans heavily toward it being a stunning, but ultimately natural product of our planet's geology. Just when science seems to have closed the book, another mystery pops up, this time on dry land. For years, a group called the Portuguese Association of Archaeological Research, or APIA, has been making some controversial claims. They say they've found evidence of human life in the Azores that predates the arrival of the Portuguese in the 15th century by thousands of years. On several islands, especially Terceira and Pico, they've documented what they believe is prehistoric rock art, megalithic structures, and even small, pyramid-shaped rock piles. Some of these formations even seem to be aligned with the solstices, suggesting they were built for a specific purpose. These claims, however, are hotly debated. Mainstream historians argue the evidence isn't definitive and could just be natural formations or constructions from a much later period. The Historical Institute of Terceira once dismissed similar claims as being more fantasy than reality. So while this land-based evidence isn't directly connected to the underwater pyramid, it does add a tantalizing layer to the mystery.
fueling the idea that an unknown culture might have called these islands home long before recorded history. So we have a strange shape underwater and controversial ruins on the land above. But what about the tunnels in the title? Are there secret passages leading into the sunken world? This is where we need to draw a firm line between investigation and imagination. There is currently zero credible scientific evidence of any man-made tunnels in the waters around the Azores. These stories appear to be a total invention, an embellishment added to the pyramid mystery. However, the region's volcanic nature does create massive networks of underground structures. Volcanic eruptions form lava tubes, which are basically natural tunnels created by flowing lava. When these areas get submerged, they become complex underwater cave systems. It's very likely that any talk of tunnels is just a misinterpretation of these real, but entirely natural volcanic caves. The idea of secret Atlantean tunnels is exciting, but it remains pure fiction.
So what's really lurking in the depths off the coast of the Azores? Is it a stunning trick of geology, where volcanoes and ocean currents just happen to create a shape that mimics our own ancient designs? Or is it a clue to a lost chapter of human history, a remnant of a civilization that disappeared beneath the waves? On one hand, there's the story of Diocleciano Silva's discovery, an image of a perfectly aligned structure that sparked the imagination. On the other, there's the sober assessment of scientists who point to the De Juan de Castro bank, a natural volcanic seamount. After all this time, the Azorean pyramid remains a powerful symbol of the unknown. It's a reminder of how easily the line between fact and fiction can blur. And it leaves us with a lingering question. How much more of our planet's history is still hiding, waiting to be discovered, just beneath the waves?
For those who believe, the Yonaguni Monument is one of the most important archaeological sites on Earth. The evidence, they say, is carved right into the stone. The structure is massive, with its main feature measuring about 100 meters long and 60 meters wide, rising to a height of about 25 meters from the seabed. This is no random pile of rocks. It's a series of stunningly geometric and seemingly deliberate features that aren't so easy to explain away. The biggest champion of the man-made theory is Professor Masaaki Kimura, a marine geologist from Japan's University of the Ryukyus. After spending years personally diving, mapping, and studying the site, he's completely convinced. He argues that the sheer density of strange geometric features makes a natural origin almost statistically impossible. So let's look at what he and others have found. The main attraction is a massive, stepped, pyramid-like structure with enormous terraces and platforms that are strikingly flat. Its lines are sharp, and its angles, often appearing as clean 90-degree corners, seem far too precise to be an accident. One area, nicknamed the Loop Road, appears to circle a part of the monument. Another section looks just like a grand staircase leading up into the deep. Professor Kimura's analysis goes even further. He's identified structures he believes were built for a reason: a stadium, grand arches, and even formations he interprets as carvings in the rock. He points to features that look like animals, including one he calls the underwater sphinx, which he claims looks like ancient Okinawan or Chinese rulers.
Maybe the most mind-bending claim is the monument's potential age. If it was built by people, it had to have been when the sea level was much lower, before the end of the last ice age. Kimura and other supporters have suggested the structure could be over 10,000 years old. To put that in perspective, the Great Pyramids are about 4,500 years old, and Stonehenge is around 5,000. If true, Yonaguni would be a contemporary of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, one of the oldest known monumental structures on the planet, and would force us to completely rethink the timeline of human civilization. This theory has attracted people like author Graham Hancock, who believes Yonaguni is a key piece of evidence for a sophisticated global civilization that was lost to the Ice Age.
To them, this isn't just a Japanese mystery, it's a forgotten chapter of human history, drowned and hidden by time. But what does the science say? For every person who argues it's man-made, there's a geologist urging caution and offering a very different take. The leading voice of skepticism belongs to Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist who famously challenged the conventional date of the Great Sphinx of Giza. After diving the site himself, Schoch came away with a firm conclusion. The Yonaguni Monument is a natural formation. He argues that the entire structure is made of sandstone, a type of sedimentary rock that's known for breaking along straight, predictable lines. Think of it like a piece of wood. When it splits, it often breaks cleanly along the grain. Sandstone acts in a similar way. The area around Yonaguni Island is also in a zone of intense seismic activity, right near a tectonic fault line. This means the bedrock is under constant pressure from earthquakes that can cause it to crack and shear in these remarkably geometric patterns. According to this theory, the terraces and steps are just the horizontal layers of sandstone breaking away. The walls and right angles are the result of vertical fractures caused by all that tectonic stress. The powerful ocean currents in the area, especially the strong Kuroshio current, then act like a relentless sculptor, washing away loose rock over thousands of years and making the sharp, blocky appearance even more pronounced.
Skeptics also point to a huge lack of other evidence. In any undisputed ancient city, archaeologists find tons of artifacts, pottery, tools, art, and the remains of the people who lived there. At Yonaguni, despite decades of looking, no definitive man-made tools or artifacts have been found on or around the main structure. The carvings that Kimura identified are dismissed by geologists as nothing more than natural scratches and erosion marks on the rock. They argue that nature is more than capable of creating shapes that look artificial to our pattern-seeking brains. While the Yonaguni Monument is a spectacular and unusual geological wonder, it's not, in their view, fundamentally unique. To geologists, it's a case of pareidolia, our brain's tendency to see familiar patterns in random shapes. It's a magnificent trick of geology, but a trick nonetheless. Beyond the scientific debate, the monument is wrapped in a deeper, older layer of mystery, the world of myth. It's often called Japan's Atlantis, a powerful nickname that brings to mind the universal story of a great civilization lost to the waves. While that comparison might be symbolic, the monument connects with real Okinawan folklore. Local legends speak of a mythical paradise of the gods known as Nirai Kanai, a land across the sea from which all life and happiness come. Some have wondered if the Yonaguni Monument could be a physical link to these ancient beliefs, a gateway to a sacred, now submerged land. There's also the question of who could have possibly built it. If it is man-made and as old as some claim, it might be linked to Japan's prehistoric Jomon people. The Jomon culture, which began as early as 12,000 BC, is known for creating some of the world's first pottery. However, they were traditionally seen as a hunter-gatherer society, and building something on the scale of Yonaguni would require a level of social organization and technology that mainstream archaeology doesn't currently believe they had.
This lack of a clear builder only makes the puzzle deeper. Was there another unknown culture in this region during the Ice Age? Professor Kimakura has even floated a connection to the fabled lost continent of Mu, a legendary Pacific civilization said to have been wiped out in a cataclysm. While ideas like that are definitely outside the scientific mainstream, they show the powerful pull the monument has on our imagination, inviting us to wonder about the deepest secrets of our past. For those who want to see it for themselves, exploring the Yonaguni Monument is a real adventure. It's in surprisingly shallow water, with its highest point just 5 meters below the surface and its base around 25 meters down. However, the dive isn't for everyone.
The area is known for strong, unpredictable currents, making it accessible to divers of all levels, but experience is highly recommended for safety. Those who make the trip describe a surreal and awe-inspiring experience. Descending into the clear blue water and seeing that massive stone structure emerge from the gloom is a moment few forget. Divers can swim along what feel like ancient hallways, float over huge flat plazas, and ascend the enormous staircases. The sheer scale and silent, imposing presence of the monument create a profound sense of wonder, no matter what its origin is. And the site isn't just a geological or archaeological marvel, it's a vibrant marine ecosystem. The same currents that may have shaped the monument also bring rich nutrients, attracting a stunning array of sea life. Divers often encounter massive schools of migrating hammerhead sharks, especially between November and June. Sea turtles, manta rays, and huge schools of tropical fish are common sights, adding another layer of life and beauty to this enigmatic place. The experience is a unique mix of adventure, natural wonder, and the thrill of exploring one of the world's greatest unsolved mysteries.
So, after decades of research, countless dives, and fierce debate, what's the final word? The truth is, the mystery of the Yonaguni Monument is still very much unsolved. It exists in a fascinating gray area between hard science and speculation, a place where our knowledge of geology crashes into our desire to believe in a lost, heroic past. On one hand, there's the compelling visual evidence, the pyramid-like form, the sharp angles, the grand staircases, and the passionate conviction of researchers like Masaiki Kimura who are sure it's man-made. A 10,000-year-old city wouldn't just rewrite Japanese history, it would rewrite the history of the world. On the other hand, there's the solid geological explanation, a story of tectonic pressure, natural fractures, and the relentless power of ocean currents carving a masterpiece of erosion out of sandstone. This theory is backed by the lack of definitive artifacts and the knowledge that nature can sometimes create stunning illusions of order out of chaos. Today, the investigation continues. Researchers use advanced tech like underwater sonar and 3D modeling to create ever more detailed images of the site, hoping to find a clue that will finally settle the debate. But for now, no definitive proof has emerged to sway the scientific consensus one way or the other. Whether it's a testament to a long-lost civilization or one of nature's most magnificent deceptions, the Yonaguni Monument forces us to question the limits of our known history. It stands as a silent, submerged reminder that there are still vast, unexplored frontiers on our own planet, and that the ocean still holds some of our deepest secrets.
For centuries, we've been captivated by the legend of Atlantis. It's a great story, but just a myth, right? Well, what if the story was real, but everyone was looking in the wrong place? Cut to 2001, off the western coast of Cuba. A team of marine engineers are mapping the ocean floor, looking for old Spanish treasure ships. Instead, their sonar starts painting a picture of something impossible. Down at depths of 600 to 750 meters, that's over 2,000 feet, in the crushing blackness, they find what looks like a city. Symmetrical, geometric structures that look unmistakably man-made. Images suggested pyramids and buildings spread across a huge underwater plain. Here's the problem. According to mainstream science, no known culture had the ability to build something like this when that land last saw the sun. So, what exactly are we looking at? Is this proof of a lost civilization that could rewrite history? Or is it just one of the most incredible tricks of nature ever recorded? It all started in 2001. A Canadian company, Advanced Digital Communications, led by marine engineer Polina Zalitsky and her husband Paul Weinsweg, was working with the Cuban government. Suddenly, their high-tech side-scan sonar began picking up a strange series of stone structures. The sonar images showed organized stones across a 2 square kilometer area, suggesting an urban development where only a barren seafloor should be.
The news exploded, with headlines buzzing about a Caribbean Atlantis. To get a better look, Zalitsky and Weinswag sent down a remotely operated vehicle, or ROV. The video beamed back images of massive blocks of stone that looked like they were carved from granite, some neatly stacked on top of each other. Zalitsky called it a wonderful structure, which really looks like it could have been a large urban center, but she was careful, adding it would be totally irresponsible to say what it was before we have evidence. This is where the story splits in two. On one side, you have the incredible images. Proponents argue that the clean lines, the symmetry, and the sheer scale of the formations, what look like roads and buildings, point to intelligent design. If they're right, this city could rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. But on the other side, there's a wall of scientific skepticism. The biggest hurdle is the depth. Marine geologist Manuel Iturralde, who studied the findings, estimated it would have taken about 50,000 years for that land to sink so deep. As he bluntly put it, 50,000 years ago, there wasn't the architectural capacity in any of the cultures we know of to build complex buildings. Other experts agree. They point out that sonar images can fool you, making our brains see patterns and randomness, a phenomenon called pareidolia. Iturralde admitted the formations are extremely peculiar, but also reminded everyone that nature can create some truly unimaginable structures. One archaeologist from Florida State University summed it up perfectly. The structures are out of time and out of place.
Maybe the strangest part of this whole story isn't the discovery, but what happened next. Almost nothing. After the initial media frenzy, the story just faded. While there were some follow-up studies for a few years, no major scientific expedition ever returned for a full-scale investigation. No one has ever brought a physical piece of that supposed granite to the surface to be analyzed. So, why the silence? The lack of follow-up has fueled theories about a deliberate cover-up, with some arguing that the discovery is just too inconvenient for our established historical timelines. A more likely reason is that the story simply went cold because experts were unconvinced. The original sonar scans, while fascinating, are a lot less clear than the dramatic 3D artistic renderings that you see online. Without a modern, high-resolution survey, the truth is stuck under 2,000 feet of water and 2 decades of speculation. The sunken city off the coast of Cuba remains one of the most tantalizing and frustrating mysteries out there. The evidence is just compelling enough to ignite the imagination, but way too thin to satisfy scientific standards. It's trapped in a gray area between a history-changing discovery and a simple geological quirk. Until a new expedition with better technology heads back to the Wanahakabib Peninsula, the truth will stay right where it's been for over 20 years, lost in the deep.
The deep sea is one of the last great mysteries on Earth. We've mapped the surface of Mars with incredible detail, but our own ocean floor, it's still a world of secrets, hidden under miles of cold, dark, crushing water. And sometimes, down in that darkness, you find something that just doesn't make any sense. Deep beneath the surface of the Baltic Sea, a team of ocean explorers stumbled upon something that would spark a decade-long mystery. Their sonar picked up a massive, strangely circular-looking object, about 200 feet across, just sitting on the seabed. But this was no ordinary rock. As their equipment started acting bizarrely and strange images came into focus, one thought became unavoidable. This was not natural. It was June 2011, and the Swedish-based Ocean X team, led by Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg, was on the hunt for old shipwrecks filled with treasure. The search had been a bust, and they were heading home.
On one last pass with their side-scan sonar, an image popped up on the screen that stopped them dead in their tracks. There, at a depth of nearly 300 feet, was a huge, roughly circular formation about 60 meters wide, roughly the size of a jumbo jet. The shape was so distinct, so out of place, that it was quickly nicknamed the Baltic Sea Anomaly. With its disc-like shape, it didn't take long for people to point out its uncanny resemblance to the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. The team knew they'd found something weird, but they had no idea how deep the rabbit hole would go. This is where the story gets really strange. When the OceanX team sailed back for a closer look, they claimed something unexplainable started happening. They reported that as soon as their ship was positioned directly over the object, their electronics went haywire. Satellite phones cut out, cameras wouldn't work. Diver Stefan Hagerborn said, "Anything electric out there, and the satellite phone as well, stopped working when we were above the object. Then when we got away about 200 meters, it turned on again."
This strange electronic interference, which has never been independently verified, wasn't the only puzzle. The team's low-resolution sonar scans seemed to show a long gouge in the seabed leading to the object, almost like a skid mark stretching for hundreds of meters. It looked as if this thing had crashed and skidded to a stop. Divers even reported seeing what looked like stairways on its surface. Every new detail from the team only made the whole thing more confusing. Once the story went public, the scientific community stepped in with a much more down-to-earth explanation. Geologist Volker Bruckert from Stockholm University was given rock samples that the OceanX team had recovered from the object. His analysis was pretty clear. The samples were just granite, gneiss, and sandstone. In other words, they were completely ordinary rocks, the exact kind of rocks you'd expect to find in a basin carved out by glaciers during the last ice age. The scientific consensus is that the anomaly is a natural rock formation. Experts argue that glaciers are powerful enough to move and drop massive, oddly shaped boulders. They also point out that the team's sonar equipment was low resolution and could have easily created a distorted, misleading image. To scientists, there was no evidence of metals or anything to suggest it was a machine. The case was closed. It's just a big, weird-looking rock. But that simple explanation doesn't sit right with everyone. If it's just a rock, what about the reported equipment failures? That one question has kept a lot of other theories alive and kicking. The most popular one, of course, is that the anomaly is a crashed UFO. A disc-shaped object, an apparent crash track, and a mysterious energy field. It's a story that practically writes itself. Other ideas suggest it could be a sunken man-made structure from a lost civilization, like an underwater Stonehenge. Some have even floated the theory that it's a secret Nazi anti-submarine weapon from World War II. While there's zero hard evidence for any of these wild theories, they're fueled by the fact that the simple, scientific answer doesn't seem to explain all the strange details of the team's story.
We're left with two very different stories. On one hand, science tells us this is a natural formation, a chunk of rock left behind by a glacier thousands of years ago. On the other hand, we have the first-hand accounts from the OceanX team of bizarre electrical interference and an object that just doesn't look natural. For now, the truth about the Baltic Sea anomaly remains right where the team found it, buried in the cold, dark waters, waiting to be discovered. Imagine a force of nature so powerful it could rip the coastline away from one of the ancient world's greatest cities. One day, the sea itself pulled back in an unnatural, terrifying silence, leaving ships stranded on the sand. Then it returned with apocalyptic force. It swallowed palaces, temples, and treasures, helping to erase the heart of a legendary queen's royal city from the face of the earth. For over 1,600 years, the magnificent world of Cleopatra, the last queen of Egypt, lay hidden beneath the waves, dismissed by many as just a legend. Until now. In the murky depths of the Mediterranean, divers are penetrating layers of sand and time, and what they're finding is rewriting history. They're seeing not just stones and rubble, but serene, colossal faces staring up from the seabed, grand obelisks covered in barnacles, and the marble-floored foundations of a palace that was once the center of the world. This is the story of a lost city's cataclysmic end and its stunning rebirth, as modern explorers reveal the secrets of Cleopatra's drowned palace. Before its destruction, Alexandria was a city that gave Rome a run for its money. Founded by Alexander the Great, it was the shimmering capital of the Ptolemaic dynasty, a global hub of knowledge, culture, and power. Its library was the stuff of legend, its people cosmopolitan, and its skyline was dominated by the Pharos Lighthouse, a titan of stone and fire that stood as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. At the very heart of all this splendor was the Royal Quarter, an exclusive island district known as Antirodos. This is where Cleopatra's palace stood, surrounded by lush gardens and sacred temples. From this seat of power, she commanded a kingdom, captivated Roman generals, and fought to keep her dynasty alive against the unstoppable ambition of Rome. She was a brilliant political mind, fluent in multiple languages, and a figure of immense power. She even declared herself the reincarnation of the goddess Isis, and her palace was designed to reflect that divine, opulent authority. But no dynasty, no matter how powerful, can command the earth and sea. The doom of Alexandria wasn't a swift military conquest, but a slow, relentless assault by nature. For centuries, the very ground beneath the city was unstable, gradually sinking. Then, on a summer day in 365 AD, the breaking point arrived. A massive earthquake, one of the most violent of antiquity, rocked the eastern Mediterranean. It triggered a catastrophic tsunami that swept over the coast, flooding the city and killing tens of thousands. In the centuries that followed, repeated quakes and the slow, steady sinking of the land ensured that what the tsunami wrecked, the sea would claim forever. Cleopatra's island of Antirodos, her palace, and a huge part of the city's glorious coastline slipped beneath the waves, vanishing from sight and eventually from memory. For more than 16 centuries, the palace was nothing more than a ghost, a story in ancient texts. Its true location was lost, a mystery that fueled all kinds of speculation. Did it ever really exist as the stories claimed? The answer was buried under more than 20 feet of water and sediment, where it would stay until the 1990s. That's when a new age of exploration began, led by pioneering underwater archaeologists like Frank Gaudio. Armed with sophisticated tech, sonar mapping, advanced magnetometers, and a passion for lost worlds, Gaudio and his teams began the painstaking work of surveying the murky waters of Alexandria's eastern harbor. The challenge was immense. Visibility there can be terrible, and centuries of sand had formed a thick blanket over the ancient city. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, only the haystack was the size of a city district. But slowly, incredibly, the legend started to become real. The first discoveries were staggering. The team's electronic surveys revealed man-made shapes hidden beneath the seabed. Divers descended into the quiet blue-green world and found themselves face-to-face with the impossible. They didn't just find a few scattered stones, but thousands of architectural artifacts.
They found colossal red granite columns, some shattered, others perfectly intact. They found more than 24 sphinxes, their enigmatic faces staring into the aquatic gloom, silent guardians of a lost kingdom. Perhaps most astonishingly, they found massive obelisks and colossal statues, carved in both classical Greek and traditional pharaonic styles. Some of these monuments had markings from the time of Ramses II. This revealed a fascinating truth. Cleopatra's dynasty had repurposed even older Egyptian treasures to decorate their capital, blending the glory of the past with the power of their present. Then came the discovery that changed everything. Amidst a forest of fallen columns, the team uncovered the foundations of a massive building, its floors still paved with marble. At nearly 300 feet long, its location and grandeur provided compelling evidence that this had to be it, the lost palace of Cleopatra.
Nearby, they found the remains of a small temple dedicated to the goddess Isis, confirming the deep religious devotion that filled the royal quarter. They found gold jewelry, imported ceramics, and coins bearing the faces of Ptolemaic rulers, each object a tangible link to the life and times of the city's elite. They weren't just excavating ruins, they were excavating the very world of the last queen of Egypt. Each artifact brought out of the water is more than just a treasure, it's a piece of a grand, complex puzzle. The discoveries in Alexandria's harbor have completely transformed our understanding of Cleopatra's city. Ancient historians described its greatness, but the submerged ruins proved it. The mix of Egyptian and Greek art shows a truly cosmopolitan society, a cultural melting pot where different traditions came together. For the first time, we have a direct, unfiltered glimpse into the world Cleopatra lived in, not from the biased accounts of her Roman enemies, but from the very stones of her palace. The science of the disaster itself is a story of immense power. The 365 AD earthquake and tsunami were the final devastating blows, but the silent creeping threat of land subsidence had been sealing Alexandria's fate for generations.
This combination of a sudden cataclysm and slow decay is what both destroyed the royal quarter and, weirdly enough, preserved it. The layers of sand that buried the ruins protected them from the ravages of time and people, creating an archaeological time capsule on a scale rarely seen. Yet for all that has been found, the biggest mysteries remain. Chief among them is the final resting place of Cleopatra and her lover, Mark Antony. Ancient writers claimed they were buried together in a magnificent tomb. Despite nearly 2 decades of searching at sites like Taposiris Magna, their tomb has not been found. The search continues, with recent discoveries of tunnels and artifacts fueling hope that we are closer than ever to solving one of history's greatest enigmas. While some secrets remain elusive, technology is letting us see the sunken city in a way that was once unimaginable. Through a remarkable process called photogrammetry, thousands of underwater photographs are stitched together to create breathtakingly detailed 3D models of the ruins. Teams are digitally reassembling the fragments of the legendary Pharos lighthouse, block by massive block, allowing us to virtually walk through its gates for the first time in centuries. These digital reconstructions aren't just for show, they let researchers test theories about how these magnificent structures were built and why they collapsed. It is a digital resurrection, bringing the splendor of ancient Alexandria back to life. In the end, the sunken world of Alexandria is where legend and archaeology truly collide. It's a story of unimaginable loss, of a city of light and knowledge extinguished by the unforgiving power of nature. But it's also a story of incredible discovery, of a lost chapter of history being pieced back together by dedicated explorers and groundbreaking technology. The serene faces of the statues, the towering obelisks, and the silent palace floors all speak of the ambition, artistry, and complexity of Cleopatra's era. They are a poignant testament to how fragile even the greatest empires are, and how fleeting human creation can be against the forces of the natural world. What was lost for over a millennium is now being found, and as long as divers continue to explore these depths, the secrets of Cleopatra's drowned palace will continue to rise from the silence of the sea.
The whole idea of Atlantis starts with the Greek philosopher Plato. He told the story of a powerful island empire, an incredible feat of engineering that existed 9,000 years before his own time. As the legend goes, this entire civilization vanished into the ocean in a single day and night. For centuries, most people wrote it off as just a story. But that all changed in 1968 when divers near the island of North Bimini found something that brought the legend roaring back to life. What they found seemed to match a bizarrely specific prophecy.
Years earlier, the American mystic Edgar Cayce claimed that proof of Atlantis would literally rise from the sea near Bimini right around 1968 or 1969. And then, right on schedule, there it was, a half-mile stretch of huge rectangular limestone blocks sitting in only about 20 feet of water. It looked just like a road, or maybe a seawall, or the base of some huge structure. The Bimini Road, as it was called, became an instant global phenomenon. Had Cayce's prediction actually come true? Was this the first real clue? For those who are convinced the road was built by people, the evidence seems to speak for itself. The stones are massive, some are 13 feet long, and they seem to be laid out in a deliberate straight line like this. Believers argue that nature just doesn't make perfectly straight lines and neat right angles like this. They point to what look like clear signs of construction, like smaller stones that could have been used as props to keep the bigger blocks level. The main theory is that the structure was a breakwater designed to shield a settlement on the coast from the pounding ocean waves. Building something like that would have taken some serious engineering know-how to cut, move, and set these multi-ton blocks so perfectly. And that kind of skill, they say, points to a forgotten civilization, one like Atlantis, which had technology far beyond what we think ancient people were capable of. But the vast majority of scientists tell a completely different story. Geologists who've studied the Bimini Road are pretty certain it's a 100% natural formation. They call it beach rock. That's a type of rock that actually forms pretty quickly right where the tide comes in and out, as sand and shells get glued together by minerals.
The scientific explanation goes like this. A huge, solid slab of this beach rock formed along what used to be the coastline. Then, as sea levels rose, the sand underneath washed away. The slab sank, and the pressure caused it to crack along its natural fault lines. This process, called jointing, can create shockingly straight lines and perfect-looking blocks, easily tricking us into thinking we're seeing a man-made wall. And it's not unique. Similar formations have been found in other places around the globe. Plus, after countless studies of the site, there are no ancient tool marks, no carvings, and no artifacts to hint that humans were ever involved. But maybe the biggest nail in the coffin for the Atlantis theory is the age. Carbon dating shows the rocks themselves only formed between 2,000 and 4,000 years ago. That's thousands of years too late to be part of Plato's Atlantis, which supposedly disappeared about 12,000 years ago. The Bimini Road leaves us caught between what we see and what science tells us. On one side, you have something that looks so clearly man-made and a prophecy that seemed to come true against all odds. It's an incredible clue that suggests there are lost parts of our history we haven't found yet. On the other side, you have a solid scientific explanation backed by carbon dating and geological analysis that says it's all natural. There are no ancient tools, no artifacts, and a timeline that just doesn't fit the legend of Atlantis. So is the Bimini Road a real path to a forgotten empire? Or is it just a beautiful illusion created by nothing more than sand, sea, and time? The mystery is a powerful reminder that there are still so many secrets hidden in the depths of our own world.